Hello. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the conference.
Good morning.
Welcome, Sanya.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, Deepak. Sir Deepak. I would request everybody to please rename your accounts with your original names so that it is easier for us to distinguish. Welcome, Yuzu. Welcome, Yawang.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Conference. Thank you. Welcome, Ashail. Welcome, Ashail. Let me know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Welcome, Yuzu.
Thank you, ma'am. Beautiful, Sunny. Hello, ma'am. Thank you for letting me in.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Yeah. Sorry to be late.
No, it's okay, sir.
I was busy in my reception, school reception.
It's okay, sir. It's okay.
The program has started, ma'am?
I know we'll start.
Okay.
We started with the introduction. So, Deepak, sir, you
Yes, ma'am.
start with your introduction, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I'm Deepak Agrawal. I'm from Nepal. I run a school here. It's a primary school. I'm the director of the school. That's all I have to say regarding my introduction.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yu Zuko and Shumin Wong, please introduce yourself.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
It's Cole. I'm Suming Wang. I'm from Taiwan. Changhua University. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Welcome to
all.
our conference.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome. Tanya.
Okay.
Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sania G. Abirin from Western Mindanao State University, Philippines. I'm a secondary mathematics teacher. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Yawang, please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm from Sichuan University in China. That's all. Thank you. I'm Yawang. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, Tania, from which country are you?
I'm from Philippines.
Okay. Nice to know about it. Ashail, am I audible to you? think there is some internet issues. Okay, so once again, I welcome you all. Please allow me a moment to introduce Eurasia Research to you in a nutshell. With over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during COVID era and have presented research community with online platform which was safe and convenient method to continue their passion. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationals who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarships. We provide scholarship to deserving candidates to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young researcher scholarship is provided in the form of a full registration fee waiver. We have vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, case studies, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 themes in the area of social sciences as well as humanities and have even registered ISSN and have following renowned indexing, Google Scholar, Crosscheck, Authenticate, Crossref, the Keepers Registry, Script, Portico, Road, Directory of Open Access Scholarly Resources, OAI PMH Registered Data Provider, PKP Index. We will soon be applying for Scopus too. We have a wide network of hundreds plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hands. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision-making capabilities. We couldn't have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K followers on our social media platform where they can share their research and interests. Join our Facebook group and be a part for the discussions by researchers and academicians. We also have several collaborations with university, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like-minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to announce about our latest project, which is Terra Fellow Program in Education. The program offers an opportunity to learn the key concepts and latest trends in the teaching industry from the academic stalwarts. We have also launched a free of cost for members for teaching of education, a summit for all the researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists. I introduce myself. I am Sakshi Tolambia, your today's conference host. Our Terra Vice President, Dr. Kanlar Daraha, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Prince of Songla University from Patani campus, Thailand. Let's hear a few words from her.
Hello everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Dr. Faraj House, the co-founder of Eurasia Research, and Teaching and Education Research Association to get me the honor to be the president of Teaching and Education Research Association. I try to do the best on my duty. TERA is promote the researchers worldwide all over the world, promote about workshop, activities, the scholarship and academic awards. The memberships are around 15,000 all over the world to collaborate together. We have the conference in Asia, Europe, and Africa. We have the website and social media. In the difficult times of coronavirus, we remain conduct the research, the activities, the meeting, the journal publication, and the meetings, the online platforms from the researchers. I hope we will be available to collaborate together about research, workshop activities, and another else sustainable. Finally, I pray for all of you, your family, your community, and people all over the world to be safety and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karaha, for your kind words. Moving ahead with our conference, we had a chat session with our eminent speaker, Dr. Mario Pace. He is B.Ed Honours, MA, PhD, and Senior Lecturer in Italian Department of Humanities and Languages and Education, All Humanities Building, Faculty of Education, University of Malta, from Malta. Let's hear what he has to say.
I am Dr. Mario Pace from I lecture at I'm a resident senior lecturer at within the Department of Languages and Humanities of the Faculty of Education of the University of Malta. I think we all agree that the COVID-19 pandemic offered a great challenge to everybody, including researchers and people involved in education like myself. We had a choice practically. We either sit back and wait for the pandemic to pass, or else we had to find alternatives and we had to move on. One of the biggest advantages of online conferences is that irrespective of your workload, irrespective of your family commitments, irrespective of your work commitments, it is much easier to participate because you just go to your office, turn on your computer, and there you are in the outside world. So yes, I definitely, at least until the pandemic is over, and hopefully will revert, although I believe that after the end of the pandemic, we will move on towards a hybrid system of conferences where we will have in-person and online going on together. What I liked most about the conference is that it was quite a closely knit conference, in the sense that there were not hundreds of participants, and it was therefore very focused. It was a very focused conference where the participants had enough time to share their research with the others, because sometimes in very big conferences, you're allotted 10 to 15 minutes and it's a race against time. Whereas in this conference, the participants had ample time to show their results, show their research, speak about their research, and then there was even enough time to discuss and share even insights, feelings, and what one wanted to discuss with the other participants. So that, I think, is a big plus in this conference, being able to share without any rush your research, your results, and discuss with people who are interested in your subject, because it was a very focused conference, with all those present. Bye, thank you.
Bye. Thank you, Dr. Mario. Okay, welcome Noof to the conference. Noof, am I audible to you?
Yeah, hi, thank you for you. Hello, everyone.
Noof, please introduce yourself.
My name is Nof. I'm a fresh graduate from Princess Noura University. I'm actually in fashion design. And today I hope to preview to you my job, and I hope that it will be great for all of you.
Thank you, Noof. Moving ahead with our conference, we had another chat session with our eminent speaker, Zonitsa Leshizarova, from Faculty of Classical and Modern Philology from Sofia University, St. Clement, Sofia from Bulgaria. Let's hear about her.
My name is Zonitsa Leshizarova, and I am Assistant Professor of English at Sofia University, St. Clement Ohridski in Bulgaria. I've had this job for 14 years now, and it's given me the chance to participate in many international conferences and publish my academic work. I think I have about 16 or 17 publications so far. And I'm also a PhD student in my final year at Dublin City University in Ireland. I think that's like a short summary of my personal information.
Okay.
What motivated me was the desire to adapt to the circumstances now with COVID and everything that's happening. So I wanted to adapt to the circumstances in the world and to keep meeting and interacting with academics in an international setting. So I saw this as an opportunity to do that.
Okay.
Attending online conferences has many advantages because there is no requirement to travel, so which would be difficult at this time. Obviously, but I think it also gives the opportunity for academics from many different countries to meet and exchange ideas without the constraint of travel arrangements, which is not only because of COVID, but in general. So I think it's very convenient. I'll definitely encourage my friends and colleagues to attend online conferences because I think it's a wonderful way to interact with the academic community.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that.
I'd like to thank you and the organizers for the conference and for accepting my proposal. I really enjoyed the conference and I was very happy. I was also very happy with the email communication in relation to my queries because I think it was very efficient and very fast, which is important for me. So thank you for that. This was wonderful. And I was also in the conference itself, I was very pleased with the team building activity. And I think it created a great atmosphere, a friendly atmosphere, which I think is important for such events. So thanks again for the wonderful conference.
Thank you, Zonsa. Welcome, Vitor, to the conference. Vitor, am I audible?
Yes. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to our conference.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. And please kindly introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm teaching at university here in Lisbon, and I'm a researcher at the ISCTE Institute at the University of Lisbon, and I'm also collaborating with the Council of Europe and the European Commission on digital citizenship education and tackling disinformation.
Okay, thank you, sir. Welcome, Victoria.
Hello.
Ma'am, please introduce yourself.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. It's good afternoon in the Philippines. Okay, so I'm Dr. Victoria Itamban, an assistant professor too, and also the director for Center of Innovation and Emerging Technologies here in Laguna State Polytechnic University, Los Baños Campus, Laguna, Philippines. So I am happy to be with you and also happy to see new faces here in Eurasia. And welcome to here in our conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And how are you, ma'am? You are not well, right?
Very fine. I'm fine. How about you there in your place?
Thank you, ma'am. We are fine too.
Okay.
Moving ahead with our conference. Today's conference schedule, session 1, we'll have keynote talk. Session 2, we'll have team activity and photo session. Session 3, we will have technical talk. I request you all to kindly rename your Zoom account with your full name in English. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your questions related to the presentation in the chat section while the presentations are going on. All the certificates, receipts, and proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week on their email IDs. Moving ahead with the publication process. The publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their papers, consent forms, and reviewer details on the email ID convener@eurasiaresearch.info. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The final stage of publication starts after receiving the revised papers from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 days after the conference dates if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadlines. I welcome our first keynote speaker of the day, Vitor Tome, expert on digital citizenship education, Council of Europe from Lisbon. His topic of research is tackling disinformation through digital citizenship education. Vitor Tome is an international expert from digital citizenship education, Council of Europe, tackling disinformation and promoting digital literacy through education and learning in European Commission, a researcher at CIES ICSTE University Institute of Lisbon. His main project is IBER Observatory for Iberian Digital Media Research and Fact-Checking. He is a scientific coordinator from PICCLE, Ministry of Education, Digital Citizenship Academy, Media Literacy and Journalism, Portuguese Journalists Union, a lecturer in Autonoma University of Lisbon, a journalist and a teacher trainer. PhD in Media Education and postdoctorate in Communication Sciences, lectured in Brazil and Japan, and is the author of several books, book chapters, and scientific articles. Let's have a look at his presentation.
Hello, everyone. First of all, allow me to thank you for the invitation to be with you today, participating at the ICTL 2022, the International Conference on Teaching, Education and Learning. Thanks for the invitation again, which I accepted with great honor. Actually, it is always a pleasure to cooperate with colleagues and friends from Eurasia Research. In this speech, I'll try to demonstrate that digital citizenship education, a lifelong learning model in formal, non-formal, and informal learning contexts is key to empower citizens to critically deal with and combat disinformation. And if you allow me, I'd like to share with you a PowerPoint presentation that I have prepared for this talk, and I hope that it will be useful for you and also, of course, for me for explaining the main ideas. And starting, I like to share that in this speech, accompanied by this PowerPoint presentation, I'll have three essential moments. First, I'll focus on disinformation, setting up the context, its consequences, and possible solutions to tackle it. Then we refer to literacy models aim to empower digital citizens and to tackle disinformation, such as the ones developed by UNESCO, the European Commission, or the Council of Europe. And finally, I'm going to present the Digital Citizenship Education project developed by the Council of Europe, addressing its dissemination strategy, the DC temple, and finally, I will present some concluding remarks. And to start, allow me to focus on disinformation, the context, the consequences, and possible solutions. And at the very beginning, I would like to focus that we are living in a VUCA society, and the drivers of this society are volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And this could be a problem, especially when we are living some complicated moments. For instance, going back to the very beginning of this century and especially focusing on the North Hemispherial, we lived a problem in New York in 2001 at the Twin Towers, as you know. Then in 2005, sorry, we had problems in London. And then in Victoria, Norway lived a very complicated situation in this year. Also in Paris, in France, in 2015, after the Charlie Hebdo problem, when some journalists and other media professionals were killed. Then in Barcelona in 2017, some problems occurred in Las Ramblas. And in 2020, we had a global problem, the COVID-19 pandemic, as you know. And currently, Europe and all the world, of course, is living a problem in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine. And this is complicated since this VUCA society has different effects. For instance, we are living times of risks and instability. In some cases, we are assisting to paralysis due to data overload, but also to dualities and unproductivity. And finally, we are living times of doubt and distrust. And this could be really, really complicated since, as Cislavska and Edelstam stated this year, in times of war and conflict, disinformation is often the first weapon to be deployed. And that could be really, really a problem, especially in these times of disinformation. And allow me to share with you what can we understand by disinformation, quoting Claire Wardle.
When you hear the term misinformation, you probably think of the phrase fake news. During the 2016 presidential campaign, the term referred to a specific type of misinformation, made-up stories deliberately designed to look like articles by legitimate news outlets. But the term fake news quickly lost its meaning as it was used more broadly in several misleading ways. For example, politicians around the world started to use fake news to describe coverage that they just didn't like. And soon, the term became so watered down that it lost all meaning.
That's not what I hear on Fox News.
No, it's not.
Fact checked you.
It's not. But since you brought up fake news,
yeah, fake news.
Fake news.
In lumping together all manner of misinformation under the term fake news, we also lose out on some important distinctions.
I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you stay categorically?
You are fake news.
I believe that it's time to just stop using this term. So in this lesson, anytime I need to refer to fake news, I'm going to bleep out the word.
And thanks to Claire Wardle, of course, we are not referring to fake news, but to disinformation. And what can we understand by information disorder? First, at least we have three different subjects here. The first one is disinformation. This is content that is intentionally false and designed to cause harm. Misinformation, on the contrary, is also false content, but the person sharing doesn't realize that it is false or misleading. And finally, Claire Wardle and Isia Interaction understand that there is also malinformation, which is genuine information that is shared with an intent to cause harm. Going back to the organization of this information disorder, according to a document recently published by OECD and developed by Lasher, Pavlak, and Hay, they organized the disinformation typology, having in mind the fabrication, the active fabrication, or the intent or no intent to harm. And regarding the fabrication, have on the top right disinformation, which is misleading information that aims to cause harm and that can be disseminated by the creator or only by the spreader. Propaganda that can include real information or truth information and misleading information at the same time, but it is organized with the intention to cause harm and its active fabrication. What Wardle and Interaction consider malinformation, Lasher, Pavlak, and Isia on the bottom right understand contextual deception. This is information or misinformation that is not fabricated as information or propaganda, but is disseminated with the intent to cause harm. Misinformation is more or less the same meaning, because it's no intent to harm and it's no active fabrication. It's just shared by some people that are not aware that they are disseminating this information. And finally, on the top left, we have satire, which is fabricated, of course, but with no intent to harm. And why the disinformation works? This is really, really important. It works because of the cognitive drivers and the socio-affective drivers. For instance, on the top right, the illusory truth occurs when the content is familiar to us, when it is fluent, okay, it's understandable and is in line with what we understand already, what we believe already. So these false beliefs are true for most people because of these cognitive drivers. But there are also social affective drivers, having in mind Hacker, Lewandowski, Cook, and Hall,
the other. For instance, source cues, like when the information comes from an in-group and is very attractive, when it appeals to our emotion or emotional state, and especially when it is in line with our personal views, with our partisanship, political or other. That's why this information really works with us, especially through online social networks. But what are the main consequences of disinformation? The main consequences can be from different orders. They affect memory and decision making, increasing, for instance, political polarization, provoking distrust in democratic institutions, or lowering responsiveness to global problems such as COVID-19 pandemic. It also exacerbates political or religious persecution, and according to some authors, it really influences elections and referenda results. But how can society tackle disinformation? It is not easy, but we know already that access to accurate, relevant, reliable, and trusted information is key. It's key, at least, to fight this infodemic and to protect people and the societies in which they are living in. Some identified solutions were already published, for instance, for heat in 2021, after literature revision, a systematic literature revision. He pointed supporting external fact-checking is key, such as improving detection technologies and science communication, investing in media literacy practices and projects, passing laws and policies to address emerging challenges. Later, and 2 weeks ago, OECD published a document in which some solutions identified are digital literacy initiatives, content moderation policies developed in a multi-stakeholder process, integrate humans and technology in the fight, increase transparency in spending on political advertisements online, this is key too, and design a measurement agenda to inform targeted policies to stop creators and spreaders. These are 5 identified solutions by Lesher, Pavlak, and Disay in 2022, a few days ago, as I have just mentioned. But they are really related. For instance, supporting fact-checking, it's related with integrate humans and technology in the fight against disinformation. Also, improving detection technologies, software that can identify misinformation, it's important also. Improving science communication and helping people to understand how science works and how important is science and their results. It's key too, as well as investing in media literacy, and this means digital literacy initiatives. We'll refer to that in a minute, media literacy and digital literacy. And finally, passing laws and policies is important because it's important to develop content moderation policies, increase transparency, and of course, design a measurement agenda to inform targeted policies to stop creators and also to stop spreaders. So media literacy and digital literacy are key, but are not maybe the solution. They are one dimension of the solution, knowing that this solution passes by a global response. But let's now focus on what can we do through media literacy. And we have different options, but for instance, UNESCO, the European Commission, and the Council of Europe developed very interesting models. For instance, media and information literacy is a curriculum that UNESCO shared in 2021, and that understands media and information literacy as a set of competencies that help people to maximize advantages and minimize harms. So it covers competencies that are key to people engage and critically engage with communications content, the institutions that facilitate this content, and the use of digital technologies. This curriculum has 19 literacy, knowledge, and skills, and 6 values and attitudes. For instance, the 17th, the knowledge and skill, it's apply media information literacy to other forms of social literacy. And regarding the values, for instance, the 25th, sustainable development, solidarity, and peace, but also the 21st, freedom of expression, freedom of information, and freedom of participation. The European Commission also has a model. This model is called digital competence, is one of the 8 key competencies that all citizens should develop lifelong. And this digital competence involves the confident, critical, and responsible use of and engagement with digital technologies. This is key, and this digital competence is organized in 5 different areas that include information and data literacy, communication and collaboration, digital content creation, safety, and finally, problem solving. So we have already seen 2 models, and the third model, it's the model that was developed by the Council of Europe, and the main concept is digital citizenship education, which is related with engaging with technologies in all dimensions, participating actively and responsibly in communities at all levels, being involved in a lifelong learning process, which is, of course, related with defending human rights and human dignity. This model, the base of this model is the Competencies for Democratic Culture model developed in 2016 by a group of experts of the Council of Europe. And according to this model that is valid for the online and the offline world, the learner acts by mobilizing values, attitudes, skills, and knowledge and critical understanding. So in each given situation, the action has in mind these 4 areas, and these 4 areas made the competence. This basis, this model is also related with the digital citizenship education model that is organized in 3 areas. In green on top right, we have access and inclusion, learning and creativity, and media and information literacy. So 3 of the main domains are these ones, and one of them is media and information literacy. Then it is also key to develop competencies in areas such as ethics and empathy, health and well-being, e-presence and communications. And then it's important to participate, to exert the rights, and to exert also the responsibilities. So the active participation in the world, the privacy and security, the consumer awareness, and the rights and responsibilities that I have just mentioned. This model is so focused and can be explained through this temple. This temple shows us that digital citizenship education is a multi-stakeholder task. So in down, we have the competencies for democratic culture, and on the top, we have digital citizenship and then digital domains. And to develop this model, we need policies, actors, strategies, infrastructures, and resources, and evaluation, as we are going to see in just a few seconds. So first, allow me to summarize these 3 models. They are prospective, they are descriptive, not prescriptive. All of them they are inclusive, they include everyone, they are committed with the sustainable development goals, and they are clearly pointing the importance of media literacy. But allow me now to focus on the digital citizenship education model. This model and this project is being disseminated through a website developed by the Council of Europe, in which you can read more about the background, the activities, the available resources, the produced resources, and also the team that is involved in this project. Now, focus on the temple. The first one is policies. Okay, and policies at this area, the Council of Europe has several recommendations, but one of these recommendations is really important, is the recommendation signed by the Committee of Ministers in 2019, which is a recommendation of the Committee on Developing and Promoting Digital Citizenship Education. Its main aim is to help member states to plan and to implement digital citizenship education at the policy level. Then the actors that should be involved in this project, in digital citizenship education projects, and which projects are the most important ones. This information was organized in 2017 in 2 handbooks. First one, Digital Citizenship Education Overview and New Perspectives, and the second one is focused on the multi-stakeholder consultation report. Then strategies. These strategies come from the reference framework of Competencies for Democratic Culture, but they are extremely valuable for the digital citizenship education too. So this book, the volume 3, explains the planning principles and the methods, and some of these methods that are key to implement competencies for democratic culture and digital citizenship education are modeling democratic attitudes and behaviors, democratic processes in the training, cooperative learning, project-based learning, service learning. These are methods that are highly recommended by the Council of Europe and by its experts. Regarding resources, the Council of Europe produced a digital citizenship education handbook for learners, for teachers. It also produced the digital citizenship education trainers pack for trainers. And this is really important because it gives clues about implementation, about assessment too. And focusing now on assessment, on evaluation, but especially on assessment principles, it is important to implement assessment principles that respect the learner. It is important that these assessment tools are based on validity, reliability, equity, transparency and practicality, and of course, respectful. Concluding, allow me to conclude explaining that if we are living in a VUCA society, what should we do then? So this society is very demanding, and we should have a vision and take action. We should understand the other's perspectives and being at the same time flexible and creative, but also agile, and being able to take decisions, to being prepared for decision making. And so, just to conclude, allow me to say that laws and policies, fact-checking initiatives, innovative detection technologies are key to protect citizens, to protect from, for instance, the consequences of disinformation. But digital citizenship education is key to empower citizens to critically deal with and to combat disinformation. So it is key that the projects and activities related with digital citizenship education have always in mind three aspects. First, the holistic learning, having in mind the whole person, the context of everyday experiences, the interdisciplinarity, and multilingual. They should follow the whole school approach involving everyone from the school community and from the local community, because it's key to change the school culture so that the diversity and mutual understanding between cultures is at the heart of all aspects of school life. And finally, it's important. We are living in a VUCA society, and it's important to take action. We know that one learns digital citizenship, living digital citizenship. And so it is crucial to involve from literate users to fluent users who are safe, savvy, and social learners that are able to analyze, evaluate, create, and apply when they learn. And this was my talk for today. I hope that you could understand, and it was a pleasure to share these ideas with you. And of course, I will be available to answer to your questions as soon as I have access to them. Thank you very much again, and please take care.
Thank you, Vital sir. It was such an amazing presentation. Anybody having any questions and doubts related to his presentation may ask. Sir will definitely answer those questions. Vital sir. It seems nobody is having any questions from you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Moving ahead with our conference, we have another keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Vincent Laplaca, Associate Professor of Public Health and Policy at the University of Greenwich and Senior Fellow of the Higher Education Academy, Park Row, from London, United Kingdom. His topic of research is research and social theory. Dr. Placa is Associate Professor of Public Health and Policy at the University of Greenwich and Senior Fellow of the Higher Education Academy, HEA, and teaches on various modules concerning social theory and research methodologies. He was a senior research consultant at the Department of Health, where he managed the qualitative strand of the Healthy Foundation's life stage segmentation, one of the largest pieces of qualitative research conducted by government. He has currently been working on a series of academic peer-reviewed journal articles around public health and well-being, and has also co-edited a book, Well-Being Policy and Practice, with NEC Knight, formerly Associate Dean for Global Engagement at Bournemouth University, and Dr. Alan McNaught, formerly Associate Professor at Hamdan bin Mohammed A University in Dubai, published in 2014. He is also currently co-editing and writing a book to be published by Routledge entitled Social Science Perspectives on Global Public Health. Dr. Laplaca was recently appointed an Honorary Fellow of Eurasia Research, Teaching, Education and Research Association. Let's have a look at his presentation.
Hello, I'm Dr. Vincent Laplaca and I'm Associate Professor of Public Health and Policy at the University of Greenwich in London. And I'm presenting the keynote speech and presentation for the SSHRA Third International Conference on Business, Economics, Law language and psychology. So thank you for viewing this. The topic of the presentation is going to be social sciences perspectives in global public health. So just briefly, I'm going to do a brief introduction on social sciences and global public health and the coming together of both disciplines. And then I'm going to look at some of the more significant shifts and perspectives as a result of the coming together of social sciences and global public health, and then do a brief conclusion. And at the end, there are some slides with some references for you to look at if you want to look into this in a little bit more depth and detail after the presentation. So I'd like you to just think about, or begin to think about, what you see as the relationship between social sciences and global public health. So traditionally, public health and global public health, which is largely around health promotion and health protection and collective public health for societies, has historically and traditionally been seen through a biomedical orientation. So, for example, global public health and public health generally have been seen as being more to do with, for example, biomedicine, biology, for example, physiology, and we haven't taken a broader sociological perspective to, for example, why specific people become ill, why specific social groups are more likely to experience more chronic conditions, for example, or why specific people and specific groups are more likely to die earlier than other groups. So we've traditionally taken this biomedical approach, and we've been less social scientific about it. Now, as you probably know, the social sciences emphasises the role of society on health and illness. So we're looking at social determinants, societies, subjective states, relationships between social structures, for example, and individuals and lifestyles. And recently, within studies of global public health, there's been this shift towards looking at sociology and the social and behavioural sciences, as opposed to just the biomedical approach. And this has led us to look at, for example, health inequalities, social and economic health inequalities, and how societies create those health inequalities, how societies and economies socially structure and pattern health inequalities. That gets us away from the biomedical and the purely physiological approach, as you can see. Structural violence, how does war and violence in society, for example, impact upon global public health, health and well-being? And there's also been a shift because of this to looking at, for example, the impact of global processes upon health and well-being. So we need to look at globalization as a social process and its impact upon health, well-being and illness. So what I'm arguing for is that, yes, traditionally, global public health and global public health studies has been perceived as more traditionally biomedical, but the social sciences are now beginning to encroach upon those studies and embrace them. And as a result, we're taking new perspectives on this, which is enriching, I think, global public health studies. So as I've said, there's a recognition that the discipline of global public health is far less narrow than we previously thought, far less far less biomedical and more social sciences orientated. So as a result, global public health studies is now embracing social sciences critical to investigations of global public health. And as a result, it's embracing sociology, anthropology, law, psychology, public policy, and economics and business studies. So as you can see here, social sciences encroaching upon and being integrated into global public health studies. The shift to social sciences is witnessing the emergence of new and challenging themes within global public health to interpret and explain them, as well as developing new policies and interventions in response to these new challenges. So we're seeing significant shifts and new perspectives developing as a result of the integration of social sciences and sociology into global public health studies. So I want to now go on and proceed to look at some of these. And I identify these as, for example, new social science themes and challenges, and we've hinted at some of them. The use of social and sociological theories and perspectives as a result. The shift to social sciences perspectives has also made us look more at health and well-being inequalities and how health, well-being and inequalities are socially created and patterned and not just around physiology, for example, or biology, but that health and illness is actually socially and economically patterned by societies, which gives us a whole new perspective, for example, on global public health. I also think that the role of globalization, but also deglobalization on population and individual health is very important as we shift global public health studies more towards the social sciences. And at the end, I would just like to say a little bit about the development of skills and competencies that will be needed by public health practitioners, for example, as we embrace the social sciences on a much higher level. So let's just look at some of those new themes and challenges which are arising and emerging as social sciences embraces global public health and vice versa. So some of these new themes and challenges are emerging because of this integration as we move away from more traditional biomedical approaches and embrace perspectives which look at how society and individuals create health, illness and inequalities. So really big themes which are now starting to emerge is the relationship between health and well-being, loneliness and social relations. For example, globally, loneliness and social isolation and its impact on individual and population mental health is a significant and critical challenge for global public health practitioners. As I've mentioned, the role of health inequalities, social inequalities and healthcare systems is becoming increasingly important. Another big challenge is oral health, dental health practices and systems. And you know, global inequalities in access to dental health. War and violence is becoming an extremely important challenge. For example, the concept of planetary health and how climate change impacts health and well-being, but how society is socially and economically structured, that has a large impact on how different countries are able to, for example, react and respond to global climate change. As you can see, and you can study at your leisure, a number of new themes and challenges there. Social enterprises, different ways of creating healthcare interventions through social enterprise, lesbian, gay and bisexual and transgender health and well-being. You know, gender and sexuality as social determinants is becoming a critical challenge as we move social sciences into global public health. Migrant, refugee and nomadic people's health and well-being. Another very interesting concept is agentic death, dying and palliative care in modern societies, and how death and dying is also structured by societies and social determinants, as well as biology and the biomedical perspective. So just some new themes and challenges for you to think about in what is quite a creative and challenging move into social science perspectives. The other thing as a result we need to look at is the use of social theories and social science theories and perspectives to interpret and cover and explain global public health. As you may know, social theory as a lens, it's a lens to interpret and explain society. It looks at how we articulate and develop relations between individuals and social systems, so social determinants and individuals. So we are trying to explain health, illness, health inequalities with reference to social science theories. And some of the theories being used in order to do this are just listed here, and once again you can return back to this later and do some more in-depth reading and studying around this. For example, feminism is being used to explain gender inequality in health and illness, critical public health, social suffering theory and social determinants theories. Tend to look at how societies, economic and socially, create health inequalities. So health inequalities is created by society, and that's about empowering different social groups who may experience health inequalities and social inequalities. Social constructionism and phenomenology, how disease, illness, and inequalities are socially constructed through meaning, discourse and language. Structuration theory, which looks at how social structures are socially produced by individuals, but then those social structures which are reproduced go on to give us more rules and resources to construct society. So it's what we call the duality of structure and agency. It's Anthony Giddens's significant theory, which is becoming important within global public health. And then there are other theories which are being used, and you probably know more about this: health systems theory, urban planning theories and legal theories. So the shift to social sciences is enabling us to use social science theories in order to interpret and explain global public health, health inequalities, well-being, illness and health outcomes. The other big thing that's very important are, as I've mentioned and stressed throughout, our health and well-being inequalities. So, for example, this new shift allows us to look at well-being as more holistic than just physical health. How health inequalities and inequities are socially and economically produced and patterned across societies. So, for example, ethnicity and gender, health inequalities in terms of access to healthcare services. And the social science shift also enables us to develop new perspectives on, for example, stigma and marginalisation of certain groups, marginalised groups within society. the social support and networks, for example, needed by these groups, the social support and networks needed to alleviate social isolation and loneliness, how socioeconomic position in society, for example, affects health and well-being inequalities, even the role of armed conflict and war and violence in generating and prolonging health inequalities is becoming a significant and critical aspect to health and well-being studies. And once again, it's that shift to social sciences which is enabling us to look at many of these issues which we would not really be looking at if we'd adhered to the old biomedical and more traditional global public health global public health type studies. The role of globalization and deglobalization is also becoming very important. You probably know a lot about globalization, greater interdependence and reliance between different countries and the impact of that on global health. However, we're also now starting to talk about deglobalization, or what we might call globalization through equilibrium. Deglobalization, as societies become less reliant or want to become less reliant on each other, perhaps because of war or the global pandemic. This means that countries will become increasingly less reliant and deglobalized, and that has much impact on, for example, on food scarcity, dislocation of food supplies, and growing costs of fuel and energy will impact upon health. The concept of vaccine nationalism, whereby nation states try and develop vaccines as opposed to global cooperation, is a very big example, significant example of deglobalization. And deglobalization will have as much impact upon global health and well-being as globalization and the traditional challenges that globalization poses. So there's just something for you to think about there. Globalization and deglobalization and the impact on health and well-being. And finally, the embrace of social sciences means that we need to develop new skills and competencies for global health practitioners. As we go out as practitioners and global health workers in the global health field. So, you know, new curriculums, new pedagogies, new skills and competencies are going to be needed as a result of this social science shift. So we're going to need more knowledge on the diversity, for example, of health infrastructures and environments which determine the global health environments, but also as healthcare professionals and economists and social scientists, we're also going to need more competencies and knowledges around health equity and ethnic minorities, for example, professional collaboration and networking, the role of ethical reasoning and ethics in designing global health interventions, and more competencies and skills in the design and implementation of public health and well-being interventions as a result of this shift. So, just to conclude, there is a shift towards social science in global public health studies to a more social behavioural approach, and this shift is witnessing the emergence of new and challenging themes, as well as a range of new and exciting perspectives to interpret and explain them and develop policies and interventions in response to global health challenges. So I hope you'll be able to take some of this away with you and look at this in more detail as social scientists, legal theorists and economists. Also, here are some references if you'd like to go into more detail around what I've been talking about. And of course, you're more than welcome to contact me if you'd like more information on this. So thank you very much for listening to this. And I do hope this will allow you to develop your own thinking and learning around social science and global public health. Thank you very much for listening to this.
Thank you, Dr. Plaka, for such an amazing presentation. Anybody having any queries regarding his presentation, may leave in the chat section below and we'll forward the same to the sir as he was unable to join because of some prior commitments. Okay, moving ahead with our conference. Another keynote speaker of the day is Victoria Duneva, the co-founder and head of Activist Aspectus, Innovative Laboratory, Warsaw, Poland. Her topic of presentation is Emotional Awareness, Overcoming the Effects of Childhood Trauma. Victoria is a sociologist, clinical psychologist, communication and emotional skills trainer, conference speaker. She is the author of research papers in the field of sociology of education, the psychology of health, personal development in international scientific publications. Interdisciplinary Press, Oxford, United Kingdom, Civilization of Health, Independent School of Philosophy and Social Studies, Poland. She is a member of editorial board of the international magazine, Psychophysiological Research, Theory and Practice. She is a lecturer and author of workshops and regular sessions, Knowledge Development Health from Krakow, Poland. Let's have a look at her presentation.
Thank you, Eurasia Research Group, for having me here today as a keynote speaker. So my name is Reese Wong, and I'm
Okay, apologies. Victoria was unable to join us due to her prior commitments. We have another keynote speaker for the day, Reese Wong, founder of ISSIA HK, community coordinator at AmChem HK, content manager at Ashoka, public speaker, WHF London and AISC 2021, UNESCO HK Youth Ambassador, Hong Kong. His topic of presentation is Global Citizenship Education, Creating a Generation of Youth Change Makers. Res Wong is a young change maker and founder of ISSIA HK, a youth-led non-profit that champions global citizenship education, empowering young change makers through peer-to-peer and project-based learning. Since 2019, ISSIA has involved over 300 plus students from 80 plus schools in Hong Kong and beyond, launching 30 plus projects surrounding SDG 4 and 17. Rese's work has been featured on the World Economic Forum, NASDAQ, SCMP, RTHK, and more. Resi is currently a UNESCO HK Youth Ambassador and was a youth delegate at Unite 2030 and Younger 2021. As a speaker, he has spoken at 30 plus engagements, including the World Humanitarian Forum and the Asia Pacific International Schools Conference. As a passionate advocate for youth empowerment and the sustainable development goals, he aims to lead, innovate, and catalyze long-term social impact. He currently works at Ashoka, the world's largest community of social entrepreneurs, and is an Enlight China Fellow at the Watson Institute. Let's have a look at his presentation.
Thank you, Eurasia Research Group, for having me here today as a keynote speaker. So my name is Reese Wong, and I'm based here in Hong Kong, where I am the founder of Isia HK, a youth-led nonprofit that aims to advance global citizenship and empower change makers for peer-to-peer and project-based learning. So for this talk, I want to sort of illustrate the power of global citizenship education and the work we're doing to contribute a little bit to this area. And I want to talk more about the power of youth change making and why it is so important that we build towards a world where everyone is a change maker. So firstly, a brief introduction about myself. I found myself to be a very academically oriented individual a few years back, but I felt boxed in and I felt that I wasn't given ownership over my own learning journey. That all changed when I did an internship at a mental health charity, which taught me all about the power of peer-to-peer and project-based learning. That is learning by doing. And that experience really catalyzed my own personal transformation and my own change-making journey. So as a result, I founded the organization Isia HK, which is now spawned from an organization of just a few people working on a magazine to an organization that now involves over 300 aspiring change makers across 80 schools here in the Asia Pacific. But back to that internship experience, it sparked a greater realization in terms of what we need in our education systems today. Firstly, I think it is well acknowledged that our world is rapidly changing at an accelerated pace, but at the same time, education as a system, as a sector, hasn't really kept up. And educational innovation just isn't keeping up with the demands and the changes in 21st century needs. And with COVID, we've seen that young people are facing an even greater and more unprecedented skills gap. So we here at Isia provide a different kind of education, one that is peer-to-peer and project-based. So our focus is on giving students agency over their own learning journeys. So we do this over two ways. One is information empowerment. So for our multimedia initiatives, be it podcasts, docuseries, or magazines, we give young people the information and the knowledge to thrive in this ever-changing world. Secondly, we focus on capacity building. We provide young people workshops and trainings to prepare them with 21st century skills. And all of this is done in a peer-to-peer and project-based environment, meaning young people have the autonomy to ideate or conceive, execute, and then scale their own projects and initiatives. And we found that over time, this has really helped develop themselves as leaders, as change makers, and also as global citizens. And we think that this model is something I think that is really worth considering in terms of how we can integrate it into traditional education and how we can advance this model of peer-to-peer and project-based learning for other sort of cross-sector partnerships. But again, so over the past 3 years, Isia HK has involved over 300 aspiring change makers across 70 schools here in the Asia Pacific, and we've actually launched over 30 projects around the 3 SDGs on quality education, decent work and economic growth, and partnership for the goals. And we believe that it is quite critical to get young people really engaged with the sustainable development goals through project-based learning, because we found that it actually gets them invested in these SDGs. It actually gets them learning a lot in a really short period of time, because they have to take ownership over the project from start to finish. So a few different case studies here. One of our flagship projects is the Isia Magazine. So it's a youth-led, youth-operated publication where young people can come together and create a magazine from scratch, essentially, playing the role of both the editorial board, playing the role of the design team, the typesetting team, every single function of a publication. So how it works is when a writer signs up to our organization, They get onboarded for a 1 week sort of training, but then they get paired up with an editor, and they then work collaboratively together to develop an article. And the editor, who's their peer, maybe 1 or 2 years older, provides guidance and feedback into, how you can make a more robust argument, how you can create a more impactful story, how can you interweave sources and different narratives. And we found that this peer-to-peer process is really powerful in building a relationship and a camaraderie between peers, but again, advancing these 21st century skills. Essentially, it's one-to-one mentorship. And we think that that's actually a very effective delivery model. There's much to learn, even amongst peers. Of course, as you can see, we also have a lot of other multimedia initiatives where we see that increasingly all around the world, young people are really utilizing social media and different multimedia tools to create an impact and share about social change. And of course, we also have our events, be it in person or digital, whereby we bring together these young change makers for sessions of upskilling, capacity building, bringing them insights from experts, all to really, again, advance this idea of information empowerment, but also to build and further build an ecosystem of these young change makers. So one of our most notable events actually was this UN World Youth Skills Day, where we brought together 20 leading young change makers here in Hong Kong for a day of upskilling and troubleshooting, where all of these young people have their amazing initiatives and amazing projects and organizations. And we had them share about what challenges they were facing as young people trying to create social impact and social change. And it was almost like a support group or a support network or an ecosystem of these young people working towards these different sustainable development goals. And this has been a really important area of our work in terms of building an ecosystem of these amazing young people. So in terms of our future plans as an organization, we're really looking to expand our footprint internationally, but also continually work with schools to advance this model of peer-to-peer and project-based learning. And again, as I mentioned, we really want to build an ecosystem of these young change makers. We're also, of course, exploring new delivery models, particularly through virtual reality and VR, and how VR could, for example, connect students across the world through, again, peer-to-peer and project-based learning. So my call to action here is we're currently looking for partners to really co-create with us to create synergies for our sustainable development goals. But more broadly, I want to sort of zoom out and sort of talk about youth change making more broadly and the really need for youth change making here in the 21st century. So again, what we've seen over the past few years increasingly are that young people, especially Gen Z, are really change and action oriented. And they have been utilizing digital tools like social media to create campaigns for social change and campaigns for the sustainable development goals more broadly. And what we've seen, therefore, is this idea of social impact has become more and more decentralized and democratized, meaning that everyone can in some way participate in social impact across different ladders of participation. And we found that over the past few years, because these barriers to entry are so low, more and more young people are starting their own social impact projects, social entrepreneurial ventures, and again, rapidly upskilling themselves in the world of work and the future of work. So they're taking ownership over massive youth-led organizations and movements. And this has really developed their skill sets and connected them with a global community of like-minded change makers. So we think that there's a lot of untapped potential there in terms of not just the power of young people, but the role of young people in the social impact sector. So I also work at Ashoka, which is one of the world's largest community of social entrepreneurs. One of our more recent focuses has been on this idea of redefining success in terms of growing up, right? I think traditionally success has been parameterized in a certain way about academic success, job success. But we want to create a world where young people grow up as change makers, where eventually, everyone is a change maker in their ecosystem and in our world. Because again, the world is rapidly changing, and that requires a concerted effort from all sectors and all ladders of participation to really generate and systematize impact. Again, one thing I want to mention again is this idea that the whole is more than the sum of its parts. One of my favorite quotes, because we can do so much more together. I think whether you're a researcher, an educator, a young person, there's always some way for us to connect and build upon each other's strengths. So I think especially in this ecosystem of youth change making, I think there's such a large portion of potential that is still currently untapped. And I think my sort of exhortation to educators is to think about when you're trying to incorporate global issues into your classroom, or just more broadly, global citizenship education, what are some ways to really tap into this sort of youth change-making ecosystem and really get more young people working on peer-to-peer and project-based learning, really giving them these experiential learning experiences and help them prepare for the future of work in a world that is rapidly changing. So I think, again, there's so much potential in global citizenship education, and especially in this decentralized model. So I'm really interested in exploring these further opportunities. But again, if you want to learn more about our work, you can find us on isiahk.org to see our previous projects and initiatives. But I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, thank you for your time and for listening to my sharing about, again, how we can advance global citizenship education through peer-to-peer and project-based learning.
Thank you, sir, for such an amazing presentation. If you have any queries or doubts related to his presentation, you may drop in the chat section and we'll forward same to the sir. Moving ahead with our conference, I welcome the listeners for the day. Yasin Sarhan, Commerce Department, Center de Formation Professional, Casablanca, Morocco, and Deepak Agrawal sir from Education, Koshi Education Foundation Private Limited from Dharan, Nepal. It's time for the team activity and photo session. So let's proceed towards our team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with fellow participants of the conference. This team activity is to encourage interaction among all the participants. One by one, we will share the views and solutions on the topic of discussion, and also we'll be conducting a photo session during the same. Our today's topic of discussion is what is normal and what is different. The video credit goes to TED Talks. Let's have a look at the video. I would also request everybody to please turn on your cameras. Dr. Victoria, Vito, sir.
45, two sculptures meant to represent the average man and woman in the United States went on exhibit at the American Museum of Natural History. Based on measurements taken from tens of thousands of young men and women, they were called Norma and Norman. That same year, a contest launched to find the living embodiment of Norma. Normal is often used as a synonym for typical, expected, or even correct. By that logic, most people should fit the description of normal. And yet, not one of almost 4,000 women who participated in the contest matched Norma, the supposedly normal woman. This puzzle isn't unique to Norma and Norman either. Time and time again, so-called normal descriptions of our bodies, minds, and perceptions have turned out to match almost no one. And yet, a lot of the world is constructed around a foundation of normalcy. So what does normal actually mean? And should we be relying on it so much? In statistics, a normal distribution describes a set of values that fall along a bell curve. The average or mean of all the values is at the very center, and most other values fall within the hump of the bell. These curves can be tall, with most values inside a narrow range, or long and flat, with only a slight bias towards the average. What makes the distribution normal is that it follows this curved shape. Normal doesn't describe a single data point, but a pattern of diversity. Many human traits, like height, follow a normal distribution. Some people are very tall or very short, but most people fall close to the overall average. Outside of statistics, normal often refers to an average, like the single number pulled from the fattest part of the bell curve that eliminates all the nuance of the normal distribution. Norma and Norman's proportions came from such averages. Applied to individuals, whether someone is considered normal usually depends on how closely they hew to this average. At best, such definitions of normal fail to capture variation, but oftentimes our calculations of normal are even more flawed. Take the BMI, or Body Mass Index. BMI is a measure of weight relative to height, with different ratios falling into underweight, normal weight, overweight, and obese ranges. Generally, only BMIs that correspond to normal weight are considered healthy. But BMI is not always an accurate predictor of health, or even of what's a healthy weight. BMI doesn't take into account body fat percentage, body fat distribution, levels of physical activity, or blood pressure. And yet, those who fall outside the so-called normal range are commonly advised that losing or gaining weight will improve their health. When we apply a standard of normal to all of humanity that's based on data from a non-representative slice, we're not just choosing one point on the distribution, we're choosing it from the wrong distribution. A lot of behavior science research draws from samples that are pretty weird, meaning Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. These features can skew norms even in research that doesn't have an obvious link to them. Take the famed Mueller-Lyer optical illusion. It's normal to think one of the two lines is longer when they're actually the same length. At least if you're an American undergraduate. A team of anthropologists and psychologists found other demographic groups were much less susceptible. Members of the San people of the Kalahari weren't susceptible to the illusion at all. When these limited or inaccurate definitions of normal are used to make decisions that impact people's lives, they can do real harm. Historically, such concepts of normal have been hugely influential. The eugenics movement of the early 20th century weaponized the concept of normal, using it to justify exclusion, violence, and even extermination of those deemed not normal. To this day, people are often targeted and discriminated against on the basis of disabilities, mental health issues, sexual orientations, gender identities, and other features deemed not normal. But the reality is that the differences in our bodies, minds, perceptions, and ideas about the world around us, in short, diversity, is the true normal. And speaking of deeply flawed systems of measurement, how much do you know about the dark history of IQ tests? Learn more with this video, or get the latest on an important debate. Should we get rid of standardized testing?
Okay, so one by one, we'll be discussing about the topic. And I will request everybody to please turn on your cameras. Dr. Victoria, Noof, Vitosa. Please turn on your cameras. Sania, we'll start with you. So what are your views on our topic of discussion?
Okay, so far I like the video that was being flashed about normal and not normal. I can say that actually we need to accept the fact that everything is not, I mean, it's not normal. We can see so many things around us not seems normal, but actually if we're going to accept diversity, it can be considered as normal. That's why in education, as well as the programs and services that we develop or implement, we always we always try to make it inclusive for all, so that no one will be excluded from anything, from the opportunities, from the opportunities that we could give them, especially in school. We make education inclusive for all, regardless of the types of learners that we have, etc. Okay, so I think that's my point. And for the last question, regarding the standardized testing, whether we should still adopt it or not, I think that's a different topic to tap on, because standardized testing is a different thing, because it measures individuals' capability about a certain work or certain a certain ability towards getting something for his or her benefit. That's all, ma'am.
Thank you, Sania. Dr. Victoria, your views on the topic?
Hello. My view on the topic is about what is normal and what is different. In terms of education, we need to accept the reality that there is really an abnormality in terms of giving equity in education. But we as educators, we really have or we need to contribute to make it normal, and to make all have an equity in terms of education. So we here in Philippines, we really experience difficulties, especially during this time of pandemic, in terms of disseminating or inculcating the quality of education, because we really have problems in terms of internet connection. So I am really appreciate the presentation of the speaker, because they are open with the linkages or a partnership, and I hope that we are welcome with them to collaborate. Especially, we really need the assistance in terms of giving the quality of education or the quality assurance of education to our learners, especially those belongs to poor family. So thank you very much, and congratulations to the resource speaker. This information really, or this sharing really give us an inspiration and also an opportunity to collaborate with them. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Thank you, ma'am. Noof, I would request please turn on your camera, and even Whiter sir, Yuzuko and Xiumin Wang. Your views on the topic, please.
Yes. Okay, we think everyone has the same idea about something, like the average we call normal. For example, the average height of Asian is 175 but if someone is 180 centimeter, he will feel that he is different from the average, and we call that as different.
So maybe different is unique in the world.
Yeah, we think that different is unique in the world. Yes.
Yeah. That's our thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, both of you. Yawong, your view on the topic, please.
Hello, everyone. My major is patient, so I will discuss the normal and the different based on patient. Almost all countries have implemented patient systems. From a common point of view, the patient system of each country is a 3-pillar model or a 5-pillar model. Mainly include basic patient, occupational patient, and personal patient. Due to the different national conditions and economies, each country's patient chooses different financing models and payment models. The financing model is divided into full accumulation system and pay-as-you-go system. The payment model is divided into DB model and DC model. These are my views on the normal and different about the patient system. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Yawong. Okay. Noof, am I audible to you? I think not. Okay. Moving ahead with our presentation. I welcome our first speaker of the day, Isia Magazine from Integrated Laboratory School, High School, Western Mindanao State University, Zamboangas from City, Philippines. Our topic of research is students' attitude and social support toward home-based education. Her abstract is on the screen. Let's have a look at her presentation.
Good day, everyone. I'm Sania G. Abirin, a high school faculty from Western Mindanao State University, Zamboanga City, Philippines. I'm a doctoral student from the College of Teacher Education of the same institution. Today, I'm very happy to share with you my study entitled Students' Attitude and Social Support Toward Home-Based Education Amidst the COVID-19 Pandemic. The topics covered in this study are introduction, we have the literature, methodology, results, as well as the conclusion and recommendations. Let us define first the two variables considered in the study. First, we have the social support, which is being measured in terms of the 4 dimensions: emotional, instrumental, informational, and appraisal support. It's measured in 2 constructs: parent support and teacher support. Emotional support refers to the love and care provided by parents and teachers to junior high school students. Instrumental support refers to the material support, including time. Informational support refers to the knowledge or information, and appraisal support refers to the praises and recognitions provided to junior high school students. As a whole, social support is a process of interaction that improves coping, competence, and esteem. Another key variable being considered in the study is the student's attitude. It is a tendency that is attributed to students that creates ideas, feelings, and behaviors about a psychological object in an orderly manner. During the COVID-19 pandemic, schools in the Philippines have been adopting home-based education as an alternative learning modality. The implementation of HBE programs is in consonance with Article 15 of the 1987 Constitution. Despite the fact that it is seen as a viable learning option in the Philippines, however, due to the complexities and problems encountered with its implementation,
That's why this research was conducted in order to assess students' social support during the implementation of home-based education, as well as determine their attitude towards home-based education. The conceptual framework considered in the study is as shown on the screen. We have demographic variables considered, which are gender, age, grade level, and socioeconomic status. And we have two variables measured in 4 dimensions. We have the social support and the student's attitude. This study utilized or employed a descriptive survey approach. This was used because it can elicit information about attitudes from large samples. The study was conducted at 42 public secondary schools with a total population of 75,542. It was conducted amidst lockdown, restricting individuals 25 years old and below to leave the residence. In order to determine the samples, a stratified random sampling was used. It was used because the population considered in the study was known and has diverse subgroups which are all needed to be included in the study. In stratification, the 42 schools were considered as strata across the 4 demographic variables except for age and socioeconomic status, for which data were not available prior to the data collection. In the sampling process, a sampling frame was created considering the list of students and the informed consent and students' assent being accomplished by parents and students. So the sampling frame constituted all eligible consenting junior high school students. Sample size was computed using the Slovin's formula. So from this total population of 75,542, total population, the sample size computed is 398. However, like what I mentioned earlier, samples across age and sex were only determined until data collection was carried out. And because of this, a post-stratification was carried out in order to correct sample errors due to underrepresentation or overrepresentation of some sampling distribution across these 2 demographic variables. And this post-stratification technique is used whenever data are unavailable prior to the data collection. All the names of eligible consenting junior high school students were inputted into Microsoft Excel, and then a run command was used to randomize the names. The 398 samples were pulled from this sampling frame, and then data collection was initiated. But before data collection was carried out, an ethics clearance as well as the permission to conduct the study across 42 schools were carried out. Upon approval, the school visit was initiated. From this, a combination of data collection was suggested among some principals using online and offline. So for the actual survey, there were 25 schools which participated via offline using the printed copy of the questionnaire, while 17 schools opted to participate in the online survey. This combination of data collection is backed up by a literature as cited by Ponto that using a combination of methods of survey administration can help ensure better sample coverage by providing all individuals an equal chance of inclusion in the sample, therefore can reduce coverage error. Data collection was carried out in this manner. So the Google link as well as the printed copies of the questionnaire were handed out to the curricular chair or advisor. Then from there, the curricular chair would contact the parents of the students who would participate in the survey for the distribution of the printed copies. Students for offline could answer the survey questionnaires at home. And for students who would participate online, the curricular chair or advisor would directly send the Google link to the students with the guidance of parents. There were two instruments used in this study in order to answer the research questions posited in this study. For the level of attitude, the instrument was adopted from CARA, which has an initial reliability coefficient of 0.77. Social support is adopted from PAPAS 2014, and it has an initial reliability or validity coefficient, which is 0.80. Both of these instruments were pilot tested in order to ensure its appropriateness for the current study. And based on the results of the Cronbach's alpha analysis, acceptable values for the reliability coefficients were obtained. Therefore, no further changes were done in the two questionnaires. Out of 398 samples, there were only 383 students who were able to complete the survey. 109 students participated offline successfully, and there were 274 students who successfully completed the survey online. All the data obtained from these 383 respondents were included in the data analysis and were inputted into SPSS for an appropriate statistical treatment. Based on the results obtained, the extent of social support received by high school students when the variable is measured in terms of these 4 dimensions, it's very high in terms of emotional support and high in terms of instrumental, informational, and appraisal support. This finding agrees with the findings obtained by PAPAS, for which he stated that emotional support is the most frequently and highly reported social support. Received while informational support is the most reported social support received by high school students from teachers than parents. For research problem number 2, the result obtained, the level of attitude of high school students towards home-based education is moderate in terms of nature of learning and anxiety of learning, while high in terms of expectations of learning and openness to learning. This finding affirms that of SEM 2013, which stated that anxiety for learning of students in the study is at the medium or moderate level. Problem number 3, test hypothesis 1, is stating that there is no significant relationship between social support and students' attitude. Using Pearson, it can be seen on the result that there is a significant moderate positive relationship between the social support and students' attitude. This finding affirms the social cognitive theory for which the study was anchored upon, which states that learning is affected by social support. It also affirms other studies by Mata, Tasgin, and Bofa and Ento. Research problem number 4, test hypothesis 2, stating that there is no significant influence of the extent of social support on students' attitude. Using multilinear regression, it can be seen that social support significantly influences students' attitude. This finding is in agreement with Lent and Rice et al. In Bofa and Ento, who stated that the perceived social support influences outcome expectations of students. Problem number 5, test hypothesis 3, is stating that there is no significant difference in the extent of social support measured in the 4 dimensions when the variable is categorized according to gender, grade level, age, and socioeconomic status. ANOVA was used, and date assumptions were carried out before running ANOVA. And based on the results obtained, we can conclude that there is a significant difference in the self-reported emotional support of high school students in terms of socioeconomic status, instrumental support in terms of age, and informational support in terms of age and grade level. And last problem, test hypothesis number 4, is stating that there is no significant difference in the level of attitude of high school students measured in the 4 dimensions. MANOVA was also used to analyze the data, and the result obtained concluded that there is a significant difference in the nature of learning and anxiety of learning in terms of age and grade level, and expectations of learning in terms of socioeconomic status. Therefore, this study concludes that the overall social support received by high school students during home-based education from teachers and parents was high. Specifically, teachers provide the most emotional, informational, and appraisal support, while parents provide the most instrumental support. The overall students' attitude towards HBE is high. Social support has a significant moderate relationship with students' attitude, and social support varies significantly across grade level, age, and socioeconomic status, while students' attitude varies significantly across grade level and age. Therefore, this study recommends that the Department of Education shall continue the adoption of home-based education among public schools in order to provide junior high school students who cannot avail of formal schooling due to work, health, or safety reasons with a viable learning option to continue basic education. By doing so, a collaboration with the local government unit to streamline the delivery of HBE instruction is encouraged. Also, implement a whole school approach involving teachers, parents, and other school staff to monitor and assess students' progress during HBE. Also, it's recommended to strengthen parent-teacher relationships through regular meetings, employing incentivized group-based programs, and provide more trainings for teachers on CPK to include effective lesson designs for diverse learners, effective delivery of HB instruction and assessment. So I think that's all for my presentation, and thank you very much for listening. I wish everyone a blessed day.
Thank you, Sonia. It was such a good presentation. Would you like to add anything to it?
Okay. So let me just share that the study was really conducted amidst lockdown in our place. It was totally locked down, like no students were allowed to go out from their residence, to leave their residence. So I just use a less stringent criteria in constituting the sampling frame, since lottery method and other simple random sampling were not possible to be conducted that time. So what I did was, in order to constitute the sampling frame, we distributed all the parents' consent and the informed consent, as well as students' assent, to all the parents. And then those parents who allowed or consented their children to participate in this study, so we listed them all and then pulled samples from that. So according to a literature, that less stringent criteria in selecting samples can be really considered, especially in times of emergency like COVID-19, wherein it's not really possible to conduct a more stringent criteria in selecting samples. Okay. So home-based education, furthermore, let me just share with you that home-based education prior to COVID-19 pandemic has been already adopted by some private and public schools here in the Philippines. Actually, there are students, 12,000 students approximately, who have been homeschooled, okay, in the Philippines. But with the advent of COVID-19 pandemic, all schools have adopted home-based education. That's why I conducted the study in order to support a viable home-based education as a viable learning option, so that students or youth who cannot afford to go into formal schooling due to health and safety reasons, as well as financial reasons, could avail or could continue education, basic education, at the convenience of their at their convenience, through home-based education. So I hope the Department of Education here in the Philippines would continue the adoption of home-based education. That's really my purpose. Why? That's really the main reason why I conducted that study. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Sonia ma'am. Anybody having any queries from her may ask or leave in the chat section. Moving ahead with our conference. Our next presenter for the day is Noor Al-Sahali from College of Art and Design, Princess Noura bint Abdul Rahman University from Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Her topic of research is employing aesthetic values for some Saudi Arabian landmarks in fabric design. Her abstract is on the screen. Let's have a look at her presentation.
Design. So first, let's start with the introduction. As you know, design is seen as a basic element in human's life, as it's impossible to create an artist's work without a design. Besides, before implementing any designs, it is essential to adapt and think of different designs. Beforehand, Ash-Shashibi argued that there is a link between elements designs in nature and fashion design and its effects on increasing the level of innovation, thus adapting from the nature has a significant effect on increasing the quality level of the designs. In addition, Atiya states that it's normal for everybody to be proud with their heritage and fabrics and everything that is related to their past. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is marked by significant number of archaeological and modern landmarks, which are distinguished with different characteristics that are aimed to maintain nobility of the past and the fragrant present. So, and as the landmarks involve special and decorative designs, this research tends to adapt those designs in textile designs. Research objectives: create a catalog for the decorative unit from some of the landmarks on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Provide suggestions of fabrics which are adapted from some landmarks of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Create some designs which received the highest votes on the survey. There are many unique and distinguished landmarks in the country which were added to the research. However, in today's presentation, I will only present two of the heritage landmarks and two of the modern landmarks. Firstly, let's introduce the heritage landmarks. As you can see, the first photo is the Masmak Palace, which is located in the capital city of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. This landmark contains various of unique decorations on the walls, which were designs and created in different ways, and with the use of different materials. We can notice that some of the decorations in endued hall which took the shapes of triangles and rectangles. The decoration also seen on the main gate of the castle, taking the shape of square, which are having a pointed head at a unique and beautiful way. In addition, the gate includes a small door that is known as al-khoha, which involve the unique decoration of the main gate. Whereas the windows decoration depend on the decorative lines. The castle was built taking the natural brown color, which reflect the nature of life at that time. The second landmark called Nasif House, which is located in Jeddah. This landmark was built by stones, and its door was built by wood, which was distinguished by its botanical decorations, which are similar to the plums decorative and fish skulls. Besides the decorative of cabruses, tree and rose with multiple petals. This side describes two of the modern landmarks. Firstly, the Kingdom Tower is one of the modern landmarks which is located at the capital city of the country, Riyadh. Despite the easy idea which was used to format the tower, the designer has reached to a modern and unique design in which the tower became as a box of glass. That was sculpture by an artist presenting a symbolic design at the top of the tower. Moving to the second landmark, The Ahilla anthropomorphic is another modern landmark which is located in Jeddah city. The design of this landmark is none of its flow lines, in which anthropomorphic took the shape of the large arch, including many small arches. By looking at the top of the landmark, we can notice a word of Allah is located at the top of this landmark, whereas the side and the bottom of the landmark includes more arches, which gives a unique and beautiful view. All uniqueness of each of these and other designs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia encourage designers to adapt the beauty of these landmarks in different textile designs, which should remind us of the beauty of our heritage. The methods followed in this research is based on a mixed method designs. On one hand, the qualitative method, I have visited each landmark, taking photos and contemplate the beauty of each landmark, followed by interviewing tour guides to know more about each landmark. On the other hand, through the use of software, I have drawn different designs which were adapted from various landmarks. Those designs were includes in a survey to find us the opinion of different fashion designers, members at multiple universities on those designs, and to vote for the most beautiful designs. Then I have created samples from the designs which received the highest votes, following by another questionnaire to find out their opinion on the design. Participants of this study were tour guides and members of fashion design schools at different universities. Research results. To reach the objectives of this study, 16 designs were created from the 4 landmarks which we discussed earlier. The results of the first questionnaire showed that most of the designs are mostly like to be created. Therefore, I have chosen 2 designs from each landmark to create small symbols. After the second questionnaire, I have chosen the symbols which received the highest voted and created them into different designs, such as the bag, abaya and different home furniture such as pillow. As you can see, the picture on the right is two of the designs which I have adapted from Masmak Palace, and the picture on the right is the adapted design on the abaya. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Noor, for such an informative presentation. If I'm audible to you, please, would you like to add anything to it?
No, thank you all for listening. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Noor. Anybody having any questions or queries related to her video may leave in the chat section, and Noor will surely answer it. Moving ahead with our conference. Our next presenter for the day is Yu Zhu Ko, who will be presenting with a co-author, Shu-Min Wong, from Human Resource Management, National Tsinghua University of Education, Tsinghua from Taiwan. The topic of research is the effect of pay satisfaction on work performance, the moderating effects of workplace friendship. Their abstract is on the screen. Let's have a look at their presentation.
Hello everyone, welcome to our presentation. I'm Shu-Min Wang. I'm Isia Ko. This presentation is about the effect of pay satisfaction on work performance, the moderating effect of workplace friendship. And this is our table of contents. The part 1, background. Due to the development of modern technology, enterprises have been greatly impacted because the business environments. Under the trend of globalization, trade between countries is becoming more and more frequent, and there are more and more diversified multinational enterprises. At this time, the centripetal force of employers and work attitude has also become the important factors. We can know the pay satisfaction has a certain impact on work performance, and at person salary is also a core issue that both employers and employees. Therefore, the quality of salary will affect employees' work performance, corporate loyalty act. But the study wants to explore whether aiding workplace friendship would have other effects on work performance. Part 2, research issue. Issue 1, pay satisfaction and work performance have a positive effect or not? Issue 2, workplace friendship have a positive impact on work performance or not? Issue 3, workplace friendship moderated the relationship between pay satisfaction and work performance or not? Part 3, data and methods. For this study, we adopt the convenient sampling, no specific research object for a place or a company. A total of 107 questionnaires, including 7 invalid questionnaires. The final valid questionnaire was 100, and the effective recovery rate was 93.46%. As research tools, we use SPSS statistical software, and explain the research results. And now we'll change to Yuci to introduce.
Hello, I'm Yuci. Now I will introduce part 4. Part 4, regression table. 1. Correlation analysis of pay stratification and work performance. It can be seen in this table that pay stratification and work performance are not significant. It indicates that no matter how employees stratified their salary, it has no effect on their work performance. You can see the data of the table. 2. Correlation analysis of workplace friendship and work performance. It can be seen in this table that workplace friendship is positively correlated with work performance. It can be seen in this table that workplace friendship does not have a moderating effect on pay stratification and work performance. You can see the data of the table. Part 5. Conclusion. Conclusion 1. This study infers that the subjects feel their work responsibilities and the difficulty cannot be reflected in the salary, so the subjects reflect a general disapproval of their pay stratification. 2. In order to make things go smoothly, employees will carefully implement them so that the supervisor can rest assured to give the task and show their abilities. 3. In the workplace, when subjects face difficulties at work, only colleagues can immediately seek help, so most subjects are willing to ask colleagues for help. Suggestion 1. Maintain the friendship of colleagues in the workplace. The results of this study indicate that workplace friendship are positively correlate with job performance, which means that workplace friendship are maintained well, and employees' work performance in the company will also improve. Suggestion 2. Adjust the company's salary adjustment standard. The results of the questionnaires indicate that most of the subjects were dissatisfied with the company's salary adjustment standard, and suggest that the company's salary adjustment standard should be more clear and transparent. Limit of the study sample. The age is to concentrate, mostly concentrated in the 20 to 25 years old, and it is impossible to understand the different age groups on their pay stratification, work performance, and workplace friendship. And the research samples are too small, so the error value may be large. Limit of the environment. The distribution of the research questionnaires is facing the COVID-19, and each company has different ways of handling the epidemic. If an employee happens to be dissatisfied with the company's policy, he fills out the research questionnaires with personal emotions, so it must be taken into consideration environment at the time of the questionnaires. Future research. 1. For individual attribute issues, we can further discuss various elements of the employee, such as age, education, and make cross-analysis with other variables and put forward appropriate suggestions for individual problems. 2. The sample of this study is small, and the future research can expand the scale to conduct a comprehensive investigation. This is the end of our presentation. Thanks.
Very good morning.
Thank you so much, Yuzuko and Shumin Wong. It was an amazing presentation. Would you like to add anything to it?
No, we have the research. We found that the sample is too small, so many results are not significant. So if the sample can be large, there may be different situation. So and there is our final report conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. Moving ahead with our conference. Our next presenter for the day is Sakuntala Yatigamana Ikeneake from Department of Education, University of Peradeniya from Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. Her topic of research is barriers to integrate ICT in mathematics teaching in junior secondary classroom. Her abstract is on the screen. Let's have a look at the presentation.
Very good morning to all of you. I am Saku Yatigamani Kanayaka, Professor in Education from the Department of Education, University of Peradeniya, Sri Lanka. I think you all have heard about Sri Lanka. It is officially the Democratic Socialistic Republic of Sri Lanka. Is an island country in South Asia located in the Indian Ocean, southwest of the Bay of Bengal and southeast of the Arabian Sea. I wanted to say something about my university. University of Peradeniya is one of the prestigious and beautiful university in Sri Lanka. You can see the beauty from these pictures, and this is my department, Department of Education. It is one of the departments, the Faculty of Arts of the University of Peradeniya. If I move to my topic today, it is barriers to integrate ICT in mathematics teaching in junior secondary classrooms. This is the overview. First, I will do the introduction, then methodology, and finally, I will describe the results and conclusions. If we look at my research presentation topic, the term teaching is a key word. So actually, what is teaching? There are a lot of definitions available in the literature. Among the existing definitions in the literature, what Sharman says about teaching is really appropriate according to my understanding. According to Sharman, teacher start teaching from the piece of text, and then after selecting the text, what teacher does is teacher planned different teaching or the appropriate teaching methods or strategies that is to support students to obtain the expected knowledge, skills and attitudes from that selected piece of text. And while teacher doing that or the planning the methods of teaching strategies, teacher adds different flavors like essence, like examples, metaphors, simulations, dialogues and demonstrations in order to support students' understanding. And not only that, teacher also design or plan about how he or she is going to assess whether the students have achieved the expected outcomes of that lesson. That's the knowledge, skills and attitudes. Actually, this process is occurring in the planning stage, and it's implementing teacher, it's implement. Right? So this is what is teaching. And if we move to the integration of ICT, then that's the same thing happen, because it's the teacher select the text and also plan the different teaching methods, considering about assents and also assessment methods to check whether the students have already achieved the expected learning outcomes. If you look at this, the assents, right, those are in order to provide the content and explanations, clarifications to the student, as well as to engage students in the process of learning. In here, the process of learning mathematics. So the integration ICT means the teacher needs to integrate ICT in all these processes. Like especially, it's in order to provide content or explanations, clarifications, or in student engagement for different places of the different stages of a lesson. And further, if we look at the literature on ICT integration, the literature, especially the recent literature, provide enough evidence in order to show that the ICT integration support teachers' pedagogical actions in lesson planning, lesson implementation, and lesson evaluation and reflection. So in this, the presentations also, or in this study also, I wanted to highlight that the integration of ICT in mathematics lesson planning, lesson implementation, and lesson evaluation and reflection is also emphasized in the literature, and the literature says the integration of ICT enhances these processes, while supporting students' mathematics understanding of mathematics or the learning of mathematics. However, thinking about the mathematics teaching, the literature says actually mathematics teaching is difficult and the mathematics learning is difficult. For example, Fritz and the group says the mathematics is commonly perceived to be difficult. Moreover, many believe it is okay, not everyone can be good at maths. That is why ranked in 2012. Actually, when we look at the situation in Sri Lanka, we can go, if you can go through the past, publications from Sri Lanka as well as the O-level, the ordinary level results, we can see the mathematics achievement students is very not in a good position. The status is not actually good. That means even though teachers tried, the students' achievement levels are very, very poor. Therefore, in this presentation, actually, we wanted to see how we can enhance the mathematics teaching and learning process while integrating ICT as evidenced by the literature. That means the literature says that the integration of ICT into mathematics teaching can enhance the teaching learning process while enhancing the student achievement. So the aim is to identify the barriers faced by teachers in integration of ICT into mathematics teaching for 7th graders in secondary level school in one of the provinces in Sri Lanka. Actually, the sample was randomly selected 15 mathematics teachers from 50 schools in central province in Sri Lanka, and we used the mixed method design as the research design in order to do this research. And in that under that research design, we collected qualitative and quantitative data. That means both ways of data collection procedures were parallel, and then the qualitative data were analyzed, quantitative data were analyzed as well, and then while integrating the results, we tried to find the answers for the research problem. So in this presentation, the quantitative data were collected using a survey question, and qualitative data were collected using focus group and as interview data. Then the using SPSS 21 statistical software, the quantitative data were analyzed and the results were obtained. The thematic analysis technique was used to analyze qualitative data with the support of NVOID software, and qualitative results were derived. And while comparing and contrasting and interpretations, the findings or the answers for the research question were obtained. If I move to the findings of my presentation, actually from the from the analysis of the collected data, it was found that the barriers are two types or two categories. They are teacher related factors and student related factors. First, if we look at the teacher related factors, actually during the focus group interviews, the teachers needs are shown in this figure. One teacher says, even though we have heard ICT integration is useful for effective teaching, we do not have confidence to do that. That means teachers they did not have the pedagogical knowledge in order to practice it. And another teacher said, you all know that there are training programs to be aware of it. I mean the Microsoft package. However, the directors and ISS do not explain how those applications, those tools can be used for teaching mathematics. The other teacher said that the available resources in the schools are not enough. According to that teacher, even though there were two computers, they were in the principal's office, and no multimedia projectors was not available, and due to that, teacher couldn't use that effectively for the teacher's mathematics teaching. And these are some findings from the quantitative analysis, that's the survey. So according to that, the teachers mentioned that that there was a statement that they do not have adequate support for using technology, and among I think 22. Only 22 teachers mentioned that it is not a problem for them. Others say that, I mean, in different levels, it's actually a problem for teachers. And the other statement was to what extent in-service training sessions help teachers to improve their knowledge and skills as a teacher to integrate ICT in their mathematics teaching. As you can see, I mean, most of the time, for example, only 38% responded as sometimes it is useful, but 16 said never or almost never. And that means, by looking at the teachers, think that even though teachers wanted to use ICT in their mathematics teaching, but there are issues related to the pedagogical training. That means how to use. They don't know how to use effectively ICT in their mathematics teaching in order to support students' learning. The other thing is the available resources, that those are not adequate. And the other thing is highlighting the quality, the poor quality of the the trainings provided by offered them, because they are not focusing about how to use ICT in teaching and learning. If we look at the student-related factors, actually these are also from the teachers' perspectives. The teachers think that these are the teachers' views related to student factors. As only some students can use them, most of the time the other students have to be there in the lessons like passive learners, because only the group of students can manage, they have the ICT competency. The other teacher said that the parents also fear to give technological tool to the students, like for example mobile phones and things like that. Therefore the students are not getting a chance to use at least a mobile phone for learning purposes. That's also a big problem according to them. The other teacher said the lack of equipment for students is the biggest challenge in the school as well as at their home environment. For example, this graph shows the student use of ICT for their learning. So according to this figure, you can see that it says about use of a computer and the tablet. Those are the popular devices used by the students. They never or almost never. You can see this category, right? This is the highest, right? So it is also identified as one of the barriers in mathematics teaching in Sri Lanka. This table shows the available ICT tools for learning, right? These are the statements. Is a computer available at your home? From the students, responses, I collected those things. So then it says that, for an example, only 66 students says they have only a TV at home. But regarding the other digital devices or the computers and smartphones and the e-readers, actually the availability of those things are very poor, right? For example, 71 point says that they do not have a computer. That means they are not available at their home environment. And this is this figure shows about the availability of internet, and we all know that internet is a very important resource in teaching and learning. So this says that about 71% says that they have not the internet connectivity. That means it is difficult to get the internet connected. And 26 is that yes, the internet, the student can access to the internet. However, if we look at the
Sorry for the technical glitches. I'll resume the presentation again.
you can say the barriers are two types: the teacher related factors and student related factors. These are based on the teacher's perspectives, that means from the data collected from the teacher's questionnaire and the interviews with teachers. Also, the teacher related factors, we can say the lack of confidence for using ICT in teaching, and lack of pedagogical knowledge, how to use and when to use, and also to justify why I wanted to use ICT in my teaching, right? They do not have that knowledge. And the third one is the lack of available resources in the school in order to use ICT in mathematics teaching. The student-related factors are lack of devices. That means they know the students, teachers' perspective was the students do not have their own devices, and the lack of competence of using those devices, and also the parents also parents do not have positive view towards the use of ICT for their children's learning. So that's also a barrier in order to use ICT in mathematics teaching in the Sri Lankan context. These are based on the selected sample. Therefore, as recommendations, I can say that we need to, provide teacher training based on the needs of the teachers, and they should say how to use, and also especially need to explain. That means the training providers should say explain the justification of use of ICT in mathematics teaching in order to enhance student learning, and also the necessary actions should be taken in order to enhance the student use of ICT by providing hands-on experience and providing devices as well. So with those conclusions, I'm going to wind up my presentation. Thank you very much for your honor.
Thank you, Sakuntala, for such an amazing presentation. She was unable to join us due to her prior engagement. So if you have any query related to her research, you may drop in the chat section and we'll forward the same to her. Moving ahead with our conference, our next presenter for the day is Dr. Victoria Tamban from College of Teacher Education, Laguna State Polytechnic University from Los Banos, Philippines. Her topic of research is learners' attitudes, values, and social behavior, and input to values formation program. Her abstract is on the screen.
Have you seen my screen now?
Yes, ma'am, you may present.
Okay, thank you very much. So, good afternoon to all of us here in third ICTL 2022 International Conference on Teaching, Education, and Learning. So the title of our research study is about learners' attitudes, values, and social behavior, and input to values formation program. I am Dr. Victoria Itamban. Together with me is Ma'am Hardinan, Ma'am Bernardes, Dr. Manaig, and Professor Jan Frederick Tisor. So the aim of this study is to assess the level of learners' attitudes and values and social behavior as our input for values formation program. So there are actually wide changes on the attitude and values of the Filipino children now and before. Before, children are very courteous when it comes to the elder one and to the person they know, well-behaved and very respectful. They follow their parents' command without any words of disagreement. But now, children today are very opposite from before. They are not courteous, although not all, but usually in my observation, before mother demanded their children, but today they will get demanded by their kids. If the parents disagree, then they'll get mad and walk away. So for the learner's attitudes and values for a positive attitude will enhance the maximum and optimum use of the learner's cognitive and affective faculties for learning, while a negative attitude towards learning robs them of many opportunities for learning. And for the social behavior, as stated in the book of General Psychology of Sibilia, C.K. et al. 2006, behavior includes feelings, attitudes, and mental processes, all internal events that cannot be directly observed. Ways have been found to measure these processes through what people report and how they react to certain problems and situations. The individual is a social as well as a biological organism, as cited in Tamban, B.E., and Lazaro, last 2018. So for our conceptual framework, we have here the research paradigm, the independent variables, which is the grade level of the learners, grade 2, grade 3, and grade 4. And for the dependent variables, the level of learners' attitude and values, level of social behavior. And for our IPO model, we have the input, the assessment of learners' level of attitude and values, and the level of learner social behavior. And for the process, we have the data gathering, analysis, and interpretation of the findings. And for the output, we have the proposed values formation program. So for our materials and method, we utilize descriptive evaluative research design. The instrument of this study is the ISER Social Emotional Well-Being, or the SU. The survey offers school opportunities to survey their students and generate a report on a wide variety of social, emotional, and behavioral outcomes of their students' population. During 2015, analysis was conducted on data collected since 2003 to review and improve the survey for primary and secondary students. A new edition of the primary and secondary surveys was released in 2018. So these empirical investigations ensures that the SU is providing schools with valid and reliable results regarding the social and emotional outcomes of students. So for the consisted of 88 boys from grade 2 to grade 4 level and 142 girls from grade 2 to grade 4 levels. And for our results and discussions in terms of level of acceptability of learners' attitudes and values, as have been shown in this table, from conscience, compassion, emotional growth, social growth, service of others, and commitment to God, with a composite mean of 4.14 and standard deviation of 0.70, a description of acceptable. So the level of acceptability of the learners in terms of attitudes and values were acceptable. And for the level of learners' social behavior, from positive social behavior, willing to help other people, being considerate on the feeling of others, respect others' opinion, giving respect to older classmates, being totally honest, with a composite mean of 3.29 and a standard deviation of 0.53, with a description of slightly acceptable, wherein most of the indicators or the statement have been depicted as slightly acceptable, except from willing to help other people, which is acceptable. So for the negative social behavior, thinking bad to other people, do not respect and honor their parents, saying or doing things without thinking, being liberated, a composite mean of 1.91, and a standard deviation of 0.77, which shows slightly unacceptable. Okay. So for the test of significant difference among learners, level of attitudes and values, we have the F value of 4.884 and a significant of 0.008, which means that there is a highly significant difference among the learners in terms of their acceptance on the attitudes and values indicators. And then it is supported by 2K post-hoc test of significant difference, wherein the grade 2 and grade 3 shows highly significant difference. Same with the grade 3 and, grade 2 and 3 only. And some were shows non-significance. Okay, and then for the test of significant differences among the learners' level of positive social behavior, that shows non-significance with the F value of 0.276 and the P value of 0.759, which is greater than the set level of significance. And for the test of significant difference among the learners' level of negative social behavior, it depicts highly significant differences among the grade 2, grade 3, and grade 4 learners, wherein the F value of 7.481 and the P value of 0.001, which is less than the 0.01 level of significance, and it's supported by 2K post-hoc, wherein the grade 3 and 4 show significant difference. And for the conclusions and recommendations, the researchers concluded that the findings showed that in terms of learners' level of acceptability on attitude and values were acceptable, while in terms of positive social behavior, the learners slightly accepted most of the indicators, and only one indicator was acceptable, which is willing to help to others. In terms of negative social behavior, it was slightly unacceptable, which is similar or slightly similar to the results depicted from the study of Tamban and Lazaro, entitled The Classroom Etiquette and Social Behavior of College Students. And based on the results of the study that even the learners had acceptable attitudes and values and social behavior, the researchers recommended the needs to conduct values formation program to the learners because the study only covered a small group of learners, and the evidence that no one from the learners shows highly acceptable on their attitude and values as well as their social behavior. They also recommended the needs to integrate values education in all disciplines. So here is the proposed action plan for values formation, wherein our objectives is to encourage and help pupil to encourage and help pupil in behavior modification, clarifying problems, and identifying self-concept, and upgrade knowledge and competencies on the different strategies and different mode of integrating values education on the subjects they handle, to orient the parents on their participation on values formation, seminar and trainings, improve attitudes and values as well as social behavior of the learners. So the activities are the values orientation program, teacher seminars and trainings, parents or guardian seminars and trainings, and home visitation. So the person involved is the guidance, teachers, class advisors, pupils, school head, teachers, guidance, also the expected output, at least 75 to 100% of pupils with behavioral problems counseled, and teachers reoriented on teaching techniques, and of the parents, guardian participated, and of the pupils visited by the teachers. Okay, so excellence is observed. Okay. So excellence is not a skill, it is an attitude, according to Rob Marston. The only difference between a good day and a bad day is your attitude. Give thanks in all circumstances, for this God's will for you in Christ Jesus, according to 1 Thessalonians 5:18. Thank you, God bless you, and these are some of our references. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Victoria. It was a good presentation. Would you like to add anything else?
Actually, that is part of our VAVE program now, the values acquisition and values education, a community involvement and extension program of the College of Teacher Education here in Laguna State Polytechnic University, Los Baños campus.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anybody having any doubts related to our presentation may leave in the chat section and I'll forward it to ma'am. Also, get well soon, ma'am.
Okay, I will also say goodbye to all of you because I need to go home. I am now in an overtime. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Moving ahead with our conference, the next presenter for the day is Mandakini Thakur, STI Translation and Facilitation Division from Punjab State Council for Science and Technology from Chandigarh, India. Her topic of presentation is Patterns of Everyday Technology, Impact of Electricity, Bicycle, Sewing Machine and Typewriter in Colonial Punjab. Her abstract is on the screen. Let's have a look at her presentation.
Hello, good day. I'm Dr. Mandakini and presently working as project scientist in Punjab State Council for Science and Technology, Chandigarh. I have completed my PhD on the topic titled Technology and the Colonial Punjab Impact on Society from Punjab University, Chandigarh. So today I'm going to present my research paper on patterns of everyday technology, impact of electricity, bicycle, sewing machine and typewriter in colonial Punjab at the 8th International Conference on Social Science and Humanities. And this paper is a part of my PhD thesis. So coming to the structure, I have based my paper on the 7 structure to cover problem area or need for research, input, efforts or methodology, introduction, parameters of technology, discussions, impact and conclusion. So first of all, I would like to state the reason for choosing this particular topic or the problem area and what is the need for this research. So the province of Punjab in British India was annexed in 1849 and it was ruled by the British Indian government from 1849 to 1947 when India gained freedom. So it was the period during which Western technologies in agriculture, small-scale industry, transportation, communication and everyday life were introduced. So both in urban and rural areas, the life of average person were impacted by the arrival of novel and modern technologies from all over the world. The objective of this research paper is to discuss the impact of technologies of electricity and associated items like the electric fan, bulb and everyday machines of bicycle, sewing machine and typewriter on the colonial Punjabi society. So technological interventions impacting society has not received the desired attention of researchers. Therefore, I have taken up this study. So coming to the inputs, efforts and methodology, my paper involves several dimensions as I have borrowed ideas and research techniques from allied disciplines, and the methodology which I have used is analytical, comparative and multidisciplinary. My research is based on detailed examination of both primary and secondary sources. I have also consulted libraries, archives and contemporary works. So coming to the introduction, as stated earlier, the province of Punjab was annexed politically and administratively by the British on March 1849, and immediately after annexation, a board of administration was appointed. The board introduced far-reaching political, economic and social changes to strengthen hold over Punjab. And these developments included introduction of many Western technologies, and among these were everyday life or household technologies of electricity, bicycles, sewing machine and typewriters. Although these were small technologies as compared to those of railways, metal roads, bridges, but nevertheless they significantly transformed the life of Punjabi people from every walk of life. The impact created by these technological interventions need to be given importance as a positive impact of aspect of colonialism. Therefore, this particular research topic gains importance. So my paper is based on everyday technologies of electricity, bicycle, sewing machine and typewriter. So for discussions, I will base my discussions on introduction and impact of everyday life technologies of electricity, bicycle, sewing machine and typewriter in colonial Punjab. So electricity was introduced in British India at Darjeeling municipality in 1897, and in next 10 years presidency towns of Bombay and Madras were electrified. It was also about this time that it was thought of bringing electricity to Lahore in colonial Punjab. In 1908, many important buildings in Lahore were supplied with electricity through dynamos. Siemens Brothers company started supplying electricity to Shimla in 1912 from hydroelectric plants installed at River Satluj. Tender for supply of electricity to government buildings was awarded to the Lahore Electric Supply Company in 1912, and over the years this company was able to expand its consumer base from only 98 consumers in 1913 to 40,000 in Lahore alone. and 20,000 consumers in other towns as well as. So by 1941, as many as 12 towns situated in other provinces were also supplied electricity by this company. The government provided licenses to municipal committees of Lahore, Amritsar, Shimla, Jalandhar, Multan, Rawalpindi and Gujranwala to generate and sell electricity from 1915 to 1925. Other than these, work on the Ul River hydroelectric scheme in Mandi was taken up from 1926 to 1933 for supplying power to substations at Kangra, Pathankot, Dhariwal, Amritsar and Lahore. So at the time of the partition, there were 26 private electric supply undertakings in colonial Punjab. So coming to the bicycle, a bicycle was an everyday machine which was cheap, simple and autonomous mode of individual transport compared to horses, carriages and railroads, pioneering technology. The export of bicycles started by 1890s by British manufacturers such as BSA, Raj and Valgay, and by the end of 19th century, bicycle had become an integral part of the Indian middle class. Around 35,000 bicycles were imported by India in 1910, and in the next decade their import had almost doubled. Bicycle manufacturing in British India started in Calcutta in 1938. So coming to the sewing machine was introduced in the mid-19th century, and soon it managed to reach even the remotest villages of colonial Punjab, as it was considered a harbinger of change. By 1900, sewing machines could be seen in bazaars and roadside tailors' shop. Out of all imported brands of sewing machines, Singer, an American brand, was the most famous brand. So the typewriter was an important innovative technology developed in the second half of the 19th century that served on a global scale to articulate a new sense of modernity. These were in use in colonial Punjab by early decades of the 20th century. In 1913-14, 6,267 typewriters were imported, and by 1928 to 29, the number increased to 21,487. The most famous typewriter brand was American named Remington, which was marketed by outlets located at Lahore, Amritsar, Rawalpindi, Multan, Yalpur, Shimla and Ambala in the colonial Punjab. So coming to the impact, the technologies and everyday machines brought about small revolution in colonial Punjab. So coming to electricity in colonial Punjab started to create impact in 1908 after main buildings and posh areas of Lahore were lit up through small generating plants. Electric lights in the form of light glass bulbs and started replacing the primitive oil lamps as people started appreciating this novel technology. The government also encouraged people to use electricity and initiated its generation from water as well. So use of electricity led to the production and use of electric components like electric fans and bulbs, electric motors, lamps, wires and cables, secondary batteries, dry batteries and cells, distribution transformers and electric lighting accessories which provided employment to the people. By 1911 and 21, there were around 1,477 and 1,458 workers respectively engaged in electric works, and by 1931 their number has increased to 2,032. The employment also gave a boost to the economy as the oil lamp, lantern and pankha or hand fan began to be replaced by electric bulb and fans. One could see advertisement for electric bicycle lamps, electric bulbs, flashlights, flash pumps, loudspeakers and generator sets in second and third decades of the 20th century in colonial Punjab. Electricity also provided new strength to the industry as electric power driven motors reduced the production time and labor costs. By 1921, out of total of 414 factories in colonial Punjab, there were about 47 factories which had installed electricity powered motors. Thus, the introduction of electricity in the 20th century in colonial Punjab was an innovation that changed the lives of Punjabis considerably. So coming to the bicycle had a very positive effect on society and economy of colonial Punjab. It gave rise to spare parts industry as Ludhiana became hub of manufacturing bicycle accessories and parts. Employment was generated as a large number of cycle repair shops sprang up for repairing chains, brakes, and forks and pumping up tires. These were the street level practitioners of everyday technology. Bicycles, gave people a new sense of physical freedom and created new opportunities for social interactions. Men, women, and children now move freely in hill stations, cantonments, and civil lines. The cycles helped in building a healthier image as the cycle clubs came up, and many cities by 1910 had started organizing activities like cycle racing. It gave rise to local entrepreneurship in late colonial period as exhibited by the cycle industry of Ludhiana. Bicycles helped in erasing social caste norms and gender inequalities as many workers, office goers, and girls started using bicycles for mobility. It came to be identified with state power as soldiers and policemen used bicycles to increase their mobility and effectiveness. Cycles also became a symbol of postmen and telegraph boys. They were accepted as the easiest mode of transportation by the lower as well as middle classes as they were, cheap and easy to maintain. So sewing machines were rapidly accepted in colonial Punjab as there was no significant cultural resistance as they passed almost effortlessly into everyday use. They required very little capital investment and therefore reached even the far off villages. Sewing along with embroidery and dressmaking were seen as suitable occupations for poor and female orphans, and the missionaries started advocating them for girls to prepare themselves for future lives as housewives. It also transcended racial divide as many females started making and mending family clothes as a part-time occupation which provided them, an independent source of income. It also became a tool of Indian women's upliftment as Hindu and Sikh reform organizations like Arya Samaj and Singh Sabha started, urging women to take up sewing to augment family incomes and to stitch their own clothes. So as a part of their emerging identity, sewing machines became desirable objects as philanthropic gifts and as items of dowry among middle classes in the colonial Punjab. And due to the Western influence, the Indian mode of press was changing, and this made the sewing machine even more useful as many tailor shops opened up in Lahore, Shimla, and Amritsar by the early 20th century. Lahore, the fashion capital of colonial Punjab, started providing the services of tailors in the homes of customers and generated large-scale employment. Tailoring profession reached 6% of the total population in 1911, and the strength of tailors increased by 40% from 1901 to 1911 as the use of sewing machines increased due to more demand of stitched clothes. In 1901, there were 1,08,963 tailors, embroiderers, and dressmakers, which rose to 2,15,311 by 1931. Like example, due to the presence of rail workshops and army cantonments in Lahore, the number of tailors and stitched clothes, doubled or increased. So coming to the last everyday technology, typewriter was an everyday machine that articulated a new sense of modernity, and its usefulness made it a necessary item of modern office in colonial Punjab. Many Punjab government departments like Punjab Government Civil Secretariat, Revenue, and Industry and Labour Departments started using typewriters and purchased Remington typewriters from the main headquarters of the manufacturer located in Lahore and Shimla. Commercial firms and private employers also started using the typewriters, and in the earlier 20th century, getting a job, especially in the government office, usually depended on having a recognized certificate from a typing school. So many typing schools were founded in the first half of the 20th century to train people, and the British government of Punjab, and these typing schools started in Lahore, Amritsar, Shimla, Montgomery, Sialkot, Jalandhar, and Firozpur for training government officials and clerks. So coming to the last part of my paper conclusion, the overall, impact of everyday technologies of electricity, bicycle, sewing machine, and typewriter was very positive, and these were accepted wholeheartedly in colonial Punjab by all sections of the society because they made life easy and comfortable. The bicycle and sewing machine also empowered people and women in particular, as they found, the everyday machine very useful in generating income from the confinements of their home. All these everyday technologies played an important role in gearing the province towards modernity, and this aspect should be regarded as a, positive outcome of the colonial Punjab. So with this, I'll conclude my presentation by saying that technology is a tool for social transformation and development of the society, and history of technology empowers how human society developed and progressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandakini. It was indeed a very good presentation. She was unable to join us due to her some prior engagements. Anybody having any doubts or queries related to her topic may leave in the chat section. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Alexia Ferguson, undergraduate student of the Ronald McNair Post-Baccalaureate Achievement Program, Siena Heights University from Adrian, United States. Her topic of research is the Black Lives Matter movement and human rights efforts. Her abstract is on the screen. Let's have a look at her presentation.
Hello everyone, I am Ashil Tana. I am from the Faculty of Economics and Management of the University of Mons in Belgium. My topic is about federalism in Cameroon, evolution and prospect. Our research tries to provide an answer to the problem of local government financing in Cameroon in the light of findings from the theory of fiscal federalism.
Sorry for some technical issue. We'll move ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Eshail Tisana from Public Finance and Taxation Department from University of Mons, Belgium. His topic of presentation is Federalism in Cameroon, Evolution and Prospects. His abstract is on the screen. Let's have a look at his presentation.
Hello everyone, I am Ashil Tana. I am from the Faculty of Economics and Management of the University of Mons in Belgium. My topic is about federalism in Cameroon, evolution and prospect. Our research tries to provide an answer to the problem of local government financing in Cameroon in the light of findings from the theory of fiscal federalism. It is a Central African country. It is a multi-community and multicultural country, and this country experienced consecutive the Portuguese, the German, and the Franco-British occupation. So that indeed, when the country became independent on the 1st January 1916, it inherited a federal system left by the Franco-British administration. And then the country has two entities who are called the Northern and Southern Cameroon. Subsequently, after its independence, the country underwent two major structural changes. First of all, at 1972, the country moved to the federal system to the centralized unitary system following a referendum, and after, in 1996, following a constitutional revision, the country moved to the centralized unitary system to decentralization model. And then the aim of the setting up of this decentralization system was to confer a certain financial and decisional autonomy on the local government in order to promote the development at the bottom level, given to the failure of experienced by the unitary centralized system. However, the observation made after the several decades of decentralization practice in Cameroon show that the local government are still struggling to mobilize sufficient financial resources to finance their local public policy. And then it's based on this background that we are interested in the issue of the federalism in Cameroon as alternative way to improve the financing of the local collectivities in this country. Research used empirical and theoretical literature of public finance, and then we try to show that fiscal federalism and decentralization could overcome the growing concern about the local government financing in Cameroon if autonomy and accountability are the real key drivers this process of federalism. Our research question is to know how can fiscal federalism contribute to improving the local government financing in Cameroon. And to answer this question, we assume that the reinforcement of the autonomy of local collectivity increase their fiscal capacity and thus contribute favorably to raising the internal resources necessary to finance the local policy. This presentation will be divided into 3 points. There are several definitions of the concept of federalism, but in the case of this presentation, I've chosen one because according to me, it's a simple and relatively complex definition. And this definition is given by the CRSP, who is the Centre de Recherche d'Information Sociopolitique. And it's defined a federalism as a system of state organization in which power are shared between a federal authority and federated entities. According to George Sell, a federal state is an entity which from the national point of view absorbs all the states which compose it. The federal state has its territory, its government, and its own administration. And then the federal state share the internal sovereignty with the other associated states, but has sole the external sovereignty. And the concept of fiscal federalism refers to the financing mechanism between all the federated entities, including policy, the allocation key of the intergovernment transfer, etc. One of the major sources of fiscal federalism theory is the Ortiz decentralization theorem. This theorem stipulates that if there are no cost advantages associated with centralized service delivery, then a decentralized model of public service delivery reflecting difference in cost across the jurisdiction will improve the welfare compared to a centralized outcome characterized by the uniform level of delivery across jurisdiction. According to the author, every public services should be provided by the entity that has control over the geographical territory where the service is provided, thus internalizing the benefit of providing the service. The theorem constitutes a key foundation of a fiscal federalism. According to the literature of public finance, we distinguish two major currents of thought which dominated the debate on the theory of fiscal federalism. First of all, you have the first generation theory, we call it theory normative. That theory focused on the essential notion of local specificity. According to this theory, the local government will be more willing to maximize the social welfare of the resident by providing them with specific goods adapted to their needs. This theory assumes that the revenue of taxation has been centralized to the central government level, and then the expenditure has been decentralized on the local government level. Many of those assumptions have been rejected by the second generation theory of fiscal federalism, who say that the local government whose actions are targeted at the satisfaction of social welfare is because this theory assumes that the local leader may be attempt to act to achieve their own personal interests at the expense to the communities. Therefore, relevant economic structure should be established by increasing of fiscal accountability. Then we will focus to the local government finance. Then we will focus to the local government financing mechanism in Cameroon. In Cameroon, the financing of local collectivities come from two main sources: the internal revenue and the intergovernmental transfer. At first, we have a bit of general taxation where the taxes are collected at the local government and centralized to this office. And after this office, they transfer the all of amount of taxation collected to the FECOM. The FECOM is the Special Fund of Equipment and Intercommunal Intervention. In Cameroon, they call it the Bank of the Commune. And it's inside this institution that the sharing have been made like this. The key repartition is the 10% central states, the 20% is remain to the FECOM, and the 70% is the amount who has been shared to all the 360 collectivities in Cameroon. To this 70% shared, 40% return to the local collectivities as the internal source revenue, and the remaining one, the 60%, is used as solidarity mechanism. Concerning the theoretical finding, we can say that there is main source of financing of local government. We can distinguish the internal revenue sources, the intergovernmental transfer, and the mixed financing system. Whatever the financing method adopted, the objective is fulfilled. Can be represented by what Pagano called the magic square of objective of fiscal federalism. It's a square who is composed by four objectives, who are the solidarity, the accountability, the autonomy, and the competition. And then, however, for this magic square, it results a duality between the couple of objectives, especially the couple solidarity accountability and the couple solidarity autonomy. Concerning the empirical finding, we have Fukasaku and Temelo, who show that the fiscal decentralization has a positive impact on the fiscal situation on level government when the expenditure are fully financed by the internal resources. And one other study by Demelo showed that the TD countries that have a federal structure tend to provide a significant degree of fiscal autonomy to local government in order to reduce their dependence on governmental transfer and subsidies and increase their internal financing capacity. This is the case of the country like Belgium, Germany, Switzerland, Canada, and United States of America. Choosing a country like Nigeria, who is an African country like Cameroon, and who has many similitude, cultural similitude, historical similitude, like Cameroon, we will find that related to the study of Nanso Allo, he shows that Nigeria fiscal federalism problem is associated with the funding of Nigeria local government. The cause are what he called the excessive dependence of the local government to the federal allocation. According to the Nanso Allo, the local government in Nigeria are too much dependent to the local federal allocation. And then he shows some example. He compared the financing of local government in Nigeria by the one in United States and United Kingdom. We can constate that in United States, for example, the financial transfer represent 37% against 62%, who is the internal resource of the local government. But in Nigeria, we can constate that the internal resources represent only 8%, and the rest, until 85%, is come from the allocation given by the state government. In conclusion, we find that in a federal system, the local government can be financing by many modes of financement. We have the internal source of revenue, we have the governmental transfer, we can have the subsidies and the debt. Started, we assume that the reinforcement of the autonomy of local government increase their fiscal capacity and thus contribute favorably to the mobilization of the internal resource needed by the local government to finance their local policies. In this paper, we have tried to show that while both theory of fiscal federalism should be taken up, the Cameroonian case misses the local decentralization on several aspects: the low level of fiscal autonomy, dysfunctional control on local budget and transfer, and territorial discrimination and equalization. On this finding, we can conclude that if Cameroon is willing to adopt a federal structure, it will not only have to correct the upset fiscal failure, but will also have to consider the diversity of its population, the geographical and linguistic constraints, and develop check on the balance that are sufficiently strong to pave the way for the local development and the efficient allocation of public goods. So, thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, Shail. It was an amazing presentation. Am I audible to you?
Yes, hello everyone, and thanks for this presentation.
Yeah, so would you like to add anything?
Not more, but I just want to say that this paper was the premium one because I'm still working on that. You can contact this one is only based on the literature of finance, the public finance, and then you are trying to make the empirical finding for the second one paper. And that is all.
Okay, thank you. Anybody having any questions or doubts related to his presentation may leave in the chat section and he'll surely answer it. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Ya Wong from School of Public Administration, Sichuan University, Chengdu, China. His topic of research is calculation and analysis of the internal rate of return of pension individual account in Chinese government and institutions. The abstract is on the screen. Let's have a look at a presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Ya Wang and I come from Sichuan University in China. My presentation title is Calculation and Analysis of the Internal Rate of Return of Patient Individual Account in Chinese government and institutions. I will present my work in the following sections. Firstly, I will introduce my research background. Secondly, I will show model construction and parameter assumption. Thirdly, I will introduce calculation results and analysis. Then I will show sensitivity analysis. Finally, we make our conclusion. So I will introduce my research background first. In 2050, China established an endowment insurance system for employees of government and institutions. So far, China has 3 types of pension systems: for government and institutions employees, for urban employed workers, and for urban and rural residents. In this reform, employees of government and institutions began to need to pay pension premiums individually, and many workers are concerned about how much benefits they can get after paying individual premiums. In order to understand the real rate of return of patient individual contributions in government and institutions, this paper will calculate the internal rate of return, IRR, which considers the time value and the present value of lifetime income. The IRR of patient refers to the rate of return when the total present value of future patient payments is equal to the total present value of endowment insurance contributions. The higher the IRR, the higher the income of patient for employees. As we all know, patient is a project with a long return period on investment. So selecting the IRR index to calculate can better reflect the real rate of return of the pension system. It should be noted that the personal pension accounts of government and institutions include basic pension personal accounts and occupational annuity personal accounts. Then I will show model construction and parameter assumption. First, let's look at model construction. The IRR refers to the discount rate at which the total present value of capital inflows is equal to the total present value of capital inflows, and the net present value is equal to 0. Therefore, its calculation formula is as follows. Based on the above formula and according to relevant policy documents, the actuarial model for the IRR of individual accounts and occupational annuity accounts is constructed as follows. Next, we make some assumption about the relevant parameters. It's assumed that the wage growth rate is equal to the GDP growth rate. According to the reform decision, the number of months corresponding to the retirement age of 55 to 65 is shown in Table 1. We assume that the actual average contribution wage equal to 1, and we assume that the risk-free interest rate equals 2.42%. By introducing the above parameter settings into formulas, it can be obtained the IRR of the basic pension personal accounts and the occupational annuity personal accounts of employees in government and institutions aged from 55 to 65, as shown in Table 5. We can see from the Table 5, first, the IRR of basic pension personal account and the occupational annuity personal account is directly proportional to retirement age and increases with the increase of retirement age. Second, the IRR of the personal account of the basic pension after considering the adjustment factors is slightly higher than the IRR without consideration. Third, the IRR of occupational annuity personal accounts is much higher than that of basic pension personal accounts. So the formula of IRR, it can be said that the factors that affect the IRR include not only retirement age, but also nominal interest rate, pension adjustment coefficient, and personal remaining life. Therefore, in order to explore the sensitivity of changes in different influencing factors to the IRR, we select the nominal interest rate, pension adjustment coefficient, and the personal remaining life as variables to calculate the IRR and the sensitivity coefficient. In order to investigate the influence of the change of personal account nominal interest rate on the IRR, it's assumed that the values of nominal interest rates are 1% to 10% respectively. As can be seen from Table 7, the sensitivity coefficients of the IRR of different basic pension personal account interest rates are all greater than 0, which means that the IRR is positively correlated with the basic pension personal account interest rate. By analyzing the IRR formula, we can see that the adjustment coefficients of pension will directly affect the IRR of pension. So we assume the volume range of pension adjustment coefficients 1% to 9% respectively, and other conditions are unchanged. It can be seen from Table 9 that under different pension adjustment coefficients, the sensitivity coefficients of the IRR of different accounts of basic pension are all SAF greater than 0, and which means that the IRR is positively correlated with pension adjustment coefficients. The difference of individuals' remaining life leads to the difference of pension income. According to the reform decision, the balance of basic pension individual accounts can be inherited if the insured person dies. This means that the individual account funds of basic pension will not be lost within the corresponding months of individual retirement age. Therefore, we only calculate the IRR corresponding to different personal remaining life after the pension balance of basic pension individual accounts is completed. And taking the retirement age of 60 years old as an example, the corresponding number of months is 139. So we assume the values of remaining life are 11.58, 40, 60, 80, and so on, respectively. And we substitute the above parameter settings into Formula 8, and other conditions unchanged. The IRR and the sensitivity coefficient of the basic pension personal account can be obtained considering the different personal remaining lives under the basic adjustment factors, as shown in Table 10. In Table 10, the sensitivity coefficients of the IRR of the basic patient personal accounts under different personal remaining life are all SAI greater than 0, and which means that the IRR is positively related to the individual's remaining life. Finally, we make a conclusion about the above work. First, the IRR of individual account is positively correlated with retirement age. Second, after considering the basic patient adjustment factors, the IRR of personal accounts is increased by about 2% compared with that without consideration. Third, the IRR of occupational annuity personal account is about 3 to 4 times than that of basic patient personal account. Fourth, the IRR is significantly affected by the nominal interest rate of personal accounts. Compared with the IRR of basic patient personal accounts, the IRR of occupational annuity personal accounts is more affected by the nominal interest rate. Fifth, the IRR of basic patient personal account is positively correlated with the patient adjustment coefficient, but the overall sensitivity coefficient is not high, and the influence is weak. Sixth, there is a positive correlation between the IRR of basic patient personal account and the personal remaining life. With the extension of personal remaining life, the positive effect of personal remaining life on the IRR of basic patient personal accounts gradually weakens. That's all. Thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Yawong. It was an amazing presentation. So would you like to add anything to it?
No, thank you. That's all.
Okay, so anybody having any queries or questions regarding her presentation may leave in the chat section and she'll answer them. Moving ahead with our conference. We have one presentation from Ms. Alexia. Let's have a look at it.
McNair Scholar attending Siena Heights University. My mentor is Dr. Juliana Frost. I will be presenting my research on the Black Lives Matter movement in human rights efforts. Here's a basic outline of my presentation. I will be going over the background of my research and my research process. This leads me to my research question, which is, what aspects of the Black Lives Matter movement have the potential to inform human rights efforts? To understand why I chose this question and how these topics connect, I will go into a little bit of background information. The main topics of my research are colored white and underlined. When going through the slide, I will state the main point, then move into the specifics, going from left to right, top to bottom. The background of my research starts with human rights. Human rights are what give people a life full of respect and dignity. They work to protect people from severe political, legal, and social abuses, and is based on the claim that people deserve rights on the sole basis that they are human. There are many human rights approaches that determine who receives human rights, what rights they get, where they are applied, why people should receive them, and how they are protected.
two approaches I focus on in my research are universalism and cultural relativism. These two theories are typically contradictory. Universalism works to have human rights applied universally and the same for everyone, whereas cultural relativism would like rights to be more relative to a country or community's traditions, histories, and values. Who protects human rights is dependent on what theory you use. Typically, the main protectors are state, non-governmental organizations, and communities. This is where the Black Lives Matter movement comes into play because they are made up of communities. But they are also working with large actors in the political system, which leads me to my last point. The Black Lives Matter movement is a social movement, and in my research I explore whether their goals, actions, are fighting for human rights, and if the movement structure gives it the potential to expand human rights, universally, cultural relatively, or both. The last main topic I discuss in my research is critical race theory. This theory states that racism is a normal part of life, and institutions are inherently racist because of their historical creations. By recognizing this, I use it as a tool to legitimize the creation of the Black Lives Matter movement and the stories I hear in my research. In the following slides, I will discuss my research and my literature review going in the order listed. Within the literature review on the Black Lives Matter movement, I question what is the Black Lives Matter movement, what is its structure, goals, and actions, and can it be replicated? This brings me to the goal of the movement. The movement wants to dismantle systems harming Black communities. They would like to take them apart, build something to take its place, and have a system where they are dignified communities where Black people can live safely. Additionally, the movement wants racial justice and equity for people of color to have protections that allow them to have freedom and dignity within their lives. They want equal access to education and to dismantle the system that oppresses people of color. In my literature review of the Black Lives Matter movement, I found that the movement has an umbrella structure, with the term Black Lives Matter being an overarching term with many individuals and communities and organizations falling underneath it. What this means is that individuals are taking action and working together to make change in collaboration with other groups in different cities and organizations that are fighting for the same goal. I would like to point out that the Black Lives Matter movement was started by 3 individuals in 2013 because of a person who was killed and the killer was acquitted. It was individuals like Alicia Garza and Patrice Couleurs who made the decision to speak up and take action, but it is individuals that continue that action to create the Black Lives Matter movement. It was from this that people started to work together in their communities to collaborate, to plan protests, and other different ways to make their voice heard. From the very start of the movement, it was communities across the United States that banded together and collaborated with community organizations. The following quote might help you to grasp what community means within the Black Lives Matter movement. Skewing traditional hierarchical leadership models, the movement cannot be identified with any single leader or group of leaders, despite the role of Couleurs, Tomatetti, and Garza, which were the 3 founders of the movement, who played a role in giving us a social movement hashtag that will likely define our generation. Rather, hashtag Black Lives Matter represents an idea that motivates, mobilizes, and informs the actions and programs of many local branches of the movement. Though community action is a core characteristic of the Black Lives Matter movement, organizations including the official Black Lives Matter Global Network continue to strive to create change within the political system versus outside of it through protest and other community actions. From what I could find, the movement only recently, within the past 2 years, started to make a policy change and bring policy to be a bigger part of their organization. Politico expresses this when talking about the Black Lives Matter movement and its formation of a political action committee. The Black Lives Matter movement also pushes for legislation through its own drafting of the BREATHE Act and spreading it on social media. Here are two examples of the Black Lives Matter movement using social media to push their political agenda. The Black Lives Matter movement has a balancing act of utilizing the passions of individuals to make their voices heard while working with people within the political system. In addition to that, the Black Lives Matter movement makes use of modern technology. Social media was not around 50 years ago, and because of this, it differentiates it from other social movements. Social media is used to recruit new members, spread their messages about getting involved through planning a protest, making their own Black Lives Matter movement chapter, getting involved in policy, or donating to the cause. Social media is used to communicate between members and creates a global network of Black Lives Matter movement chapters that would not be available without the technology we have today. So far, I have gone through the first part of my literature review with the Black Lives Matter movement. The Black Lives Matter movement has a decentralized structure where individuals and communities are the ones pushing for change and collaborating with the organizations. There are both community and political actions where people are using strategies outside of the political system to create change. And all of this is used to accomplish the goal of racial justice and equity. So why are social movements important and what do they do? This quote says it perfectly. The political system has not only failed African Americans, it has contributed to the problem. Political responses to biases in the legal system have failed as African Americans continue to be disproportionately targeted by police, prosecuted, and imprisoned. The Black community has no reason to trust that people representing them in elected office and the political system will work to rectify the problems at the heart of the Black Lives Matter movement. For those who have privilege, it is easy to rely on the system, which has tended to work for them and protect them. For those who the system has not worked, alternatives are needed. The Black Lives Matter movement creates this alternative by focusing its actions within communities and working outside the political system. The next part of my literature review goes into human rights. The following human rights are stated by the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. These rights are not legally binding unless they're written in as law or as a part of the Constitution. There is a right to life, a life without slavery and forced labor, a right to marriage and no discrimination, and the list continues. There are two main human rights theories I focus on. Cultural relativism, which states that each culture is so different that there cannot be a universal standard for human rights because of each country having a different cultural base in history and value. Versus universalism states that we all have a shared humanity where we are all human and no matter where we come from, we all deserve the same rights. Next, I focus on my data analysis. I completed a data analysis of existing literature using critical race theory as a framework to understand the historical, political, and ideological contexts that led to the founding of the Black Lives Matter movement. I searched the following databases: JSTOR, EBSCO, ProQuest, Google Scholar, with utilizing the search terms of Black Lives Matter, rights, global, community, individual, and political. I compared and contrasted the literature to find parallels and connections. Additionally, I compared scholarly articles to public sources like public social media and news outlets to create a holistic view of the Black Lives Matter movement. I first used scholarly resources to analyze secondary literature. I used the databases JSTOR, EBSCO, SAGE, as well as Google Scholar, as I previously mentioned. I created a holistic view, focusing on the historical, political, and ideological lenses of the Black Lives Matter movement. I break down claims about universalism and cultural relativism to figure out how they can connect to the Black Lives Matter movement and what areas there are parallels. And then in the end, I created that parallel of the Black Lives Matter movement to universalism and cultural relativism. What I found in my data analysis is that the literature on the critical race theory focuses on shifting conversations from the majority to minority groups. As part of this, there is a pattern of grounding itself in the experiences and perspectives of non-dominant communities. The literature also makes a point of pointing out that systems are the driving force behind racism. The literature on human rights has a theme of pointing out the complexity of human rights and the fact that there are multiple theories and approaches. Many times these approaches conflict, and there is also a main point of saying how we understand the definition of human rights impacts how they are implemented or applied. And then last, the Black Lives Matter movement has the goal of racial justice in a structure that is decentralized, global, and technology-based. And there was actions on all levels, including local, organizational, institutionally, and internationally. So does the Black Lives Matter movement have the potential to inform human rights efforts? The answer is yes. Here's why. When looking at how human rights can be cultural relativist, we realize that Black Lives Matter can be applied to the movement because it's community based and each community has a difference within it. And there are distinct ways of action that make it individualized to that community. However, it's also universal because rights are consistent and there's a common goal of racial justice and equity that is found in every chapter across the world. And it has that globality. So the Black Lives Matter movement can be both universal and cultural relatively because it's community-based, with communities creating this action, this standard, and this universal norm. But it is also found universally because these chapters are found globally and have a consistent parallel creation. Overall, the Black Lives Matter movement has the potential to inform human rights efforts because Black people are people and Black rights are human rights. The movement cannot be replicated because it is community-based and has a common goal and because of modern technology. The limitation of my research is that it mainly focuses on the Black Lives Matter movement in the United States and only focuses on how the movement has the potential to inform human rights efforts. The movement is still new and there isn't much research on its effectiveness, so I can only write about its potential. The significance of my research is that it expands the literature on human rights and social movements. It gives the opportunity to apply human rights theories to a specific event or case and expands literature on the Black Lives Matter movement. All of this is important because everyone deserves human rights, and if the Black Lives Matter movement has the potential to expand human rights universally, then it is important to be aware of how and why they do that. These are the people I would like to acknowledge. Here are my references. Thank you for watching and listening. You may contact me at my email with any questions, comments, or concerns. Thank you for watching my presentation.
Thank you, Alexia. It was a very wonderful presentation. Anybody having any doubts or queries related to a presentation may leave in the chat section and we'll forward her the same. Moving ahead with our conference. With great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude with that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly running conference with very interesting presentation. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and institutes who have sponsored our participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of this conference. Eurasia Research conduct conferences every month around the world. In the month of May, we have the conferences in Kuala Lumpur, Berlin, and Paris. In month of June, we have Prague and Singapore. In month of July, we have Bangkok and Budapest. Please refer the same to your friends as well as colleagues. With great pleasure and enthusiasm, we would like to let you know that we have organized and launched the Free for All Terra Summit program. It is like TED Talk, just that the speech will be delivered on an online platform and not on a physical stage. It is launched free for all people who wish to attend the program and listen to our highly acknowledged speakers. However, those who want to get certificates for the same, they need to become a paid member of association by paying USD 55. The third Terra International Summit will be held on 16th May this year. Thank you everybody for your patience and for attending our conference. Yuzuko, your views about our conference? Sania, Shail, Noof, Dr. Vincent, have you joined? Dr. Vincent, am I audible to you?
Hello?
Yes, Sania, so your views about a conference?
Yes, actually, this is my first time to attend an online live conference. And I'd like to thank Eurasia and the Terra organizer for having me. It's such a pleasure attending this kind of conference. I really like the topics being presented by the researchers all over the world. I appreciate it very much. I learned so much from all their research contributions. And I hope to attending more like this in the future with Eurasia. Thank you so much. This is an excellent platform in enhancing our capability in terms of research. Thank you so much, Eurasia.
Thank you, Sania. Yuzuko and Shumin Wong, I hope you both have enjoyed the conference.
Thank you. Yes, I enjoy the conference.
Thank you, both of you. Ya Wong, you were also constantly with us. Thank you for your support.
I enjoy the conference too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vincent. I think there are some issues. Noof, Ashail. Okay, so everybody, bye. See you in our future conferences. Have a great day. Bye.